There is no terrible way to win. There is only winning.
Let me drive. I will make a fool out of you.
Every one of us has to find a reason to do this. You do it because you're driven.
I was beginning to think I'd never be anything more than a piston-happy, lead-foot punk. Then this starts to happen.
Somebody put it in your mind you gotta be perfect every time out or you're a failure. Well, forget that. Just forget it.
You ready to put away your toys and grow up? Are you ready to make more money in 1 year than your father made in his whole life? Are you ready to become a real race car driver?
When I won it was probably the last time I ever felt pure victory.
Because I'm quicker than all of you.
And if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a racing driver.
Well, hell, isn't that what we're in this for? To stare death in the face and to cheat it? Come on, there's nobility in that. It's like being knights.
No pressure, nobody breathing down my back, just driving because I left it pure.
A lot of people go through life doing things badly. Racing is important to men who do it well. When you're racing, it's life. Anything that happens before or after, it's just waiting.
I just hope when you do, that I'm there to see it.
Racing. That's the name of the game, isn't it? Win or lose, put up or shut up.
Fine. Then let's race.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingram and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Jacques Villeneuve, you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Bruno Senna, you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Chris Hoy and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Landon Norris and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
You're listening to Race Day Live on Downforce UK, brought to you by Clapham North MOT, Motorsport Days Live, Stopwatch Hospitality and Trade Price Cars.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the action here at Forest Edge Car Club. We are going to have a really exciting afternoon of race action. The green flag is getting ready to fly for our first final of the weekend, and of course it is Senior Rotax that will kick-start the running with their first final. It's going to be a really exciting battle with a championship on the line, of course. Guy Cunnington and Tom Edmonds from Oakley Pryor and Ben Burgess, then Kieran Gifford and Lewis Halliday on the third row from Reese Hunter and Samuel Harrison, then Sam Stansbury and Bradley Barrett from Ryan Luscombe and Ben Davis, James Lowther and James Johnson from Angie Stenning and Morgan Rose, then Lewis Malin and Luke Wooder from George Holbrook and Jason Lockwood, Matt Jones and Alex Holgate from Teddy Clinton, Jemima Hepworth, Thomas Storar, Harvey Edmondson, Jaden Walker, Merrick Gigg, Harry Canham and Sam Sanders. The drivers are currently going around on their formation lap. They do two goes around the circuit, the short circuit with the cut through, in order to get the tyres warmed up and the brakes warmed up to temperature, and then they will do the full circuit of 1,000 metres on their first racing lap. But this is going to be such a tough battle for all of the competitors. They know what's at stake here. There is a title to decide here today, of course, and in Senior Rotax we are sure to have a really exciting battle. There is going to be a lot of wheel-to-wheel drama in this one. Guy Cunnington from Edmonds, Pryor, Burgess, Gifford, Halliday, Hunter. Are we going to get a clean start straight away? We are, and into the first corner. An absolute flyer from the start. But Cunnington's gone onto the grass slightly. That's dropped him down to fourth position as the rest of the field snakes its way through the first couple of corners. So Cunnington has dropped a couple of places, but he's into fourth place already. So it's Edmonds who leads from Burgess, then Oakley Pryor and Guy Cunnington. That's your top four at the moment as they skate their way through the first few corners of the lap. And as they come up to the bus stop for the first time, we're going to see some brilliant wheel-to-wheel stuff. Drivers coming into that chicane, hoping to get a few moves, and there's one or two going sideways. Is everybody going to make it through? Just about. A little bit hesitant in places, but the drivers have come through. So out in front, it is the 25 that leads the way. That is the Chaos Sport driver, Tom Edmonds. And then it's Oakley Pryor in second and Cunnington in third. They've made the move on Burgess. So Burgess down into fourth position. And a brilliant first lap for a few of the drivers in the mix already. Lots of good overtaking. So Edmonds from Pryor and Cunnington, then Burgess. Bradley Barrett is up to fifth position from 10th on the grid. What a start from him. And then it is Halliday in front of Gifford, Hunter and Davis. Then Johnson, Stansbury, Wooder, Luscombe, Rose, Lowther, Lockwood, Stenning, Jones, Malin and Jemima Hepworth, who's made up a few places. Merrick Gigg is up 6 places as well from the start. So a good launch from him. And the warning flag has already gone out for the 13. That is Ben Burgess. So a warning flag for some misdemeanour on the circuit. Didn't quite see what it was, but certainly Ben Burgess has got a little bit of a ticking off there. Out in front though, the 25 running well. That's Tom Edmonds in front of Oakley Pryor. There's an amazing set of squabbles through this field, but Tom Edmonds is your leader from Oakley Pryor. Cunnington, then Burgess, and then the 5 of Brad Barrett in front of the 56. That is Lewis Halliday, the YRDA driver for Team Clay Racing. Meanwhile, Guy Cunnington in third position, tucked up behind Oakley Pryor. This is the championship battle right here and right now on Forest Edge Circuit, as Guy Cunnington goes for the move in the inside line in a second position. So Guy Cunnington gets himself back into contention there in P2. A great run from Guy Cunnington so far as they get up to the final turn, and Oakley Pryor back on the inside line. Cunnington trying to resist him, and he holds the position, and Burgess comes around the outside to grab third position. Barrett's going to get a move on the inside. He gets into fourth position, and through into fifth place potentially is going to be Halliday. He backs out of it, so Halliday remains in P6. He backs out behind Oakley Pryor. So Cunnington now in a second, and Burgess through in a third, and Bradley Barrett has broken through into P4. Some big moves made then in the top 5 places. So the drivers make their way out of the bus stop up towards Midgets one again. So this is going to be an interesting fight. They will skate their way through the bus stop and then up through the corners. In the midfield, some great battling going on. The top 8 drivers have got clear, but in 9th position, that looks like Luke Wooder has got through into P9. He's made the overtaking move there on James Johnson with his teammate Ben Davis in the mix there as well. So we've got battles all around the circuit, but Wooder has got himself in a P9 past the 2 Dan Holland Racings. So can the 177s make their way to the grid for the final? The 177s, can you make your way to the grid for final one, please? A really exciting battle for all of the competitors as they continue to charge forward. Some really great racing up in the top 8 karts. But your race lead is coming through now. It's Edmonds being caught by Guy Cunnington. 3rd position for Ben Burgess. 4th place for the 5 of Johnson. 66 comes onto the inside line. Oh, a big move from Halliday as he tries to get on the inside there of the O-plate. And that's gone terribly wrong for Reese Hunter. He now loses ground to Luke Wooder. So down to 9th place goes Wooder. His teammates are now going to have to help him move back forward through the field. And that has given 6th place to Kieran Gifford. Very important for the championship leader coming into this weekend, of course. So the battle continues up through the bus stop. And there's going to be some big manoeuvres as the 2 Dan Holland Racing karts manage to get their way past Reese Hunter. It's all going wrong for the Dan Holland Racing driver. His teammates have made mincemeat of him there. The 56, Lewis Halliday, has a warning flag for his incident on the final bend on the last lap. But here comes the lead battle, 25 and 52. Tom Edmonds versus Guy Cunnington. KR Sport versus Persistence as they come through into turn 4. Down the drop of the straight and up towards turn 5 once again. A really neat battle and an absolutely fantastic dogfight between these 2 as they charge back up the crest after the 5 and into the bus stop chicane once again. Edmonds holding the inside line. Cunnington looking very racy. He's got plenty of speed and great gusto. Yellow flags are flying at Midgets because we've got a kart off the circuit at that point. I'm not entirely sure who that is. I think it might be Jason Lockwood, who seems to have pulled out of the race. So Jason Lockwood sadly is out of the race. Tom Edmonds is your race leader in front of Cunnington. Side by side for 4th as Oakley Pryor has to hang back. Gets back on the inside line for Johnson. And he gets through there. So a nice bit of battle in between these 2. Oh, sorry, that's not Johnson, that's Bradley Barrett. So Bradley Barrett falls to the back of this trio. So Gifford is through into 5th place. Pryor continues in 4th. And Bradley Barrett drops down to 6th place in front of Lewis Halliday. Then it is Wooder, Johnson, Davis, Reese Hunter, Stansbury, James Lowther, Morgan Rose, then Ryan Luscombe, Malin, Jemima Hepworth, who's up to 17th now, and Teddy Clinton up to 18th from Matt Jones and George Holbrook. There are some great overtaking moves going on around this circuit now as drivers are really starting to settle into a bit of a zone. And there's some great wheel-to-wheel stuff in the midfield. Trying to keep an eye on what's going on in the front and in the midfield. Very tricky because there's plenty of great racecraft. Nice move in the final bend from the 87. That is Matt Jones for DSM Sport. He makes a good move there. But the leaders are still stretching out an advantage. Guy Cunnington is trying to time his moment right. Oh, there's been an incident right in front of me. That's Holbrook and Jones. The 2 of them battling for the same bit of racetrack. And unfortunately, Holbrook and Jones have ended up together off the circuit there through the left-hander at turn 4. So both drivers out of the race by the look of it. Certainly out of the battle in the midfield. And I don't think they're going any further. What a shame. So the yellow flags are flying at turn 4 as the leaders come back round. This is Edmonds and Cunnington. Cunnington just trying to close up a little bit on Tom Edmonds as those 2 drivers get their karts away from the scene. So 2 drivers out of the race after their little run together, unfortunately. So it's all gone wrong for Matt Jones and George Holbrook, but the battle for the victory is still up front. Tom Edmonds and Guy Cunnington still racing for the victory here at Forest Edge. They come through the right-hander at Midgets, down the straight, up towards the next tight right-hand hairpin. Plenty of speed to carry through. Then a very big stop into the final bend. Cunnington looking very racy up towards the first corner. He really wants to make a challenge, but it's a long final, don't forget. 8 minutes of racing still to go. So they've got plenty of time to do battle, and it looks as though they will definitely do so to the finish of this race. So it's going to be very, very tight up at the top. Third place is Ben Burgess from Oakley Pryor, then Bradley Barrett, Kieran Gifford, Lewis Halliday and Luke Woodard from James Johnson and Ben Davis. That's the top 10 at the present moment. Still some great racing, amazing bit of racecraft. Cunnington goes for the lead into midgets, and he's there on the inside line. Guy Cunnington takes the lead. Fantastic bit of racing, and that is a sweet manoeuvre to get him back to the front where he started the race from. Now he's got to try and check out front, but Tom Edmonds is not going to let him rest. So Cunnington holds the inside line for the first couple of corners, but Edmonds is going to be relentless in his offence once again. He will try and get back on terms, but now Ben Burgess is closing in, his teammate. Now there could be an interesting little bit of banter between these three, because Ben Burgess could decide to be a little bit helpful towards his teammate here, Guy Cunnington. They're very close friendship, these two, but Burgess will want to win the finals, of course, if he can. But he'll also know that Cunnington will be trying to be as, not necessarily as aggressive as possible, but certainly as assertive as possible to try and hold on to this lead up front. So Cunnington across the line. He leads still from Edmonds, and it looks as though the 13 of Ben Burgess is going to try and make his move sooner rather than later as Halliday continues his battle. Going wheel to wheel now with Kieran Gifford for 6th position. So Halliday through into 6th, Gifford 7th and Wood at 8th. Up to 9th is Johnson in front of Davis and the O-plate there of Reese Hunter in only 11th position at the moment. So some very challenging moves. Drivers continuing their wheel-to-wheel dices around the circuit, and still lots of aggression, lots of great racecraft. If it stays like this, the battle for the title really is going to go down to the wire. If it finishes like this, Kieran Gifford will be on 618, Oakley Pryor will be on 616, Bradley Barrett will be on 615, Reese Hunter will drop to 600, and Guy Cunnington will be on 597. But that, of course, is before dropped scores. Cunnington out in front, desperately wanting to get some victories on the board. From 5th at the moment on drop scores, he still has a chance to become champion. So it's not done yet. If anything, we're just getting started with this title showdown in Senior Rotax. And we got a mechanical flag. That is for Ryan Luscombe. So Ryan Luscombe sadly has damage to his car, and there's a mechanical problem as a result. So he gets the mechanical flag, or as it's also known, the meatball flag, black with the orange disc. He will be called into the pits, and that's a real shame for Ryan Luscombe. He was having a very good race, actually, making his way through the field nicely and pulling off some good overtaking moves. But sadly, Ryan Luscombe has got a problem, and that's going to be his race run. He sees it, and it's because of a broken rear bumper, the right-hand side of the car with damage. And Luscombe continues on. He does not come into the pits. Despite the fact he's shown the mechanical flag, he continues on his way. So Ryan Luscombe clearly deciding that it's up to him when he pits, not the officials. That's not the right case of affairs. And Burgess is now through in a second place. I'm sorry, I did miss that moment, but Burgess is through in a second, past the 25 of Tom Edmonds. So now it's 1-2 for the team, and Edmonds is struggling to catch up to the two persistence cards up front. For Guy Cunnington, this is his best moment to move forward and gain some points on his opposition. And with Tom Edmonds down the order, this is definitely going to be a successful weekend for Guy Cunnington if he can keep it together, especially with his main rivals outside the top 3. Now Ryan Luscombe comes in. I'm not sure he was prepared to believe it the first time around. Second time around, he definitely has to accept it. Meanwhile, Guy Cunnington leads from Ben Burgess second. Third is Edmonds, then Pryor, Barrett, Halliday, Woodard, Gifford, Hunter, Johnson and Stansbury. James Lowther now in the 12th position. So he's made up some places recently. And there's a great battle going on between Halliday and Barrett. Side by side into the first corner. Barrett holds the inside line. Halliday trying to get the switch back onto the inside line to take him back again for 5th position. And now Luke Woodard is underneath them. So the E-play, Luke Woodard is trying to get himself up the order. It's been a hectic season for Luke Woodard, not necessarily for all the right reasons, but if he could finish it on a high here, that would definitely salvage some great performances from his very tricky season. So far so good. Some great activity out there on the circuit. Some great fights back through the field as well. as the battle for 5th continues on between Barrett, Halliday and Wooder. Wooder has made up 11 places off the grid. Jemima Hepworth and Teddy Clinton have both made up 8 places. Harry Canham has made up 10, so some great fight back. Halliday up the inside of Barrett. He gets the inside line and is there. Wooder's going to try and carry the speed through, and they've unfortunately made an impact. So Barrett spins out. Wooder carries on, but Barrett has spun out and rejoins behind Morgan Rose. So that is going to be an absolutely disappointing moment, an absolute disaster for Bradley Barrett. And unfortunately the two drivers did tag together on the way towards turn 4. Unavoidable really, the contact there between the two. But who is to blame? Well, that one's going to have to be discussed later. For the moment though, Guy Cunnington is out in front for the Persistence Motorsport team, and it's going to be a really exciting run for him. He has well and truly started to check out with just 2.5 minutes left of racing here. So he's done an amazing job. Burgess in second from Edmonds, Pryor, Halliday, Wooder, Gifford, Hunter and Johnson, with Stansbury now in 10th place in front of James Lowther and Ben Davis. So that incident between Brad Barrett and Lewis Halliday has really given Barrett a hammer blow. He has got going again, but unfortunately he is now down to 14th in front of Teddy Clinton and Jemima Hepworth. So not a great race this one for Brad Barrett. 2 minutes to go as Cunnington goes into lap number 19. We're going to go beyond 20 in this one for a definite. We might get as many as 23 laps, maybe even 24 completed. So the drivers are still pushing very hard at the front end of the field. Halliday trying to get away from Wooder and Gifford. 8th place now is Reese Hunter, so he has made the progress to come past his teammates James Johnson and Ben Davis. Stansbury and Lowther have got past Ben Davis as well, incidentally. So there's a really tidy battle up front now as Guy Cunnington just settles into his rhythm. A minute and a half to go. These are incredibly long races, these finals, so obviously the drivers need to pace themselves and get the most out of their equipment. But this is going beautifully for Guy Cunnington. Brad Barrett taking that hammer blow. That drops him down to a tally of 606 if the race finishes as it is now. Just 3 in front of Reese Hunter. Still a long way to go in this championship fight because there's this race and then the next one. And that will drop scores into account, of course, so we really will see who the British champion of Senior Rotax Max is going to be. Less than a minute to go, and Guy Cunnington has the advantage over the 13 of Ben Burgess from Edmonds, Pryor, Halliday and Wooder. Gifford is there in 7th place, but he's going to lose some big points here. Oakley Pryor's going to gain. So the drivers come through into the final couple of laps of racing. We're into lap 22. So it's going to be 23 laps of racing by my maths. I'm not sure they can start another one in time. They might just get 24 out of it, but it's a bit of a close call. Still some good battles in the pack. Reese Hunter trying to get away from Johnson and the 37 of Sam Stansbury. So there's a great battle further back in the pack as well. We've got 40, 55 and 39 having a great race. That's Thomas Storer, Harvey Edmondson and Merrick Gigg. They're having a great little battle in the mid-pack as they go through turn 4. And we got another trio behind them. That's another great race. Alex Holgate, Sam Sanders and Jaden Walker. And then for the last 3 positions in the race. Last lap begins and Guy Cunnington is getting one step closer to the British Championship. He still has the hope that all the dominoes fall in the right place, but he's definitely doing what he needs to do to get the job done. The battle's still raging through the field. That is the 6 of Johnson trying to shake off Stansbury, who's now really going for it. Johnson's having to defend into turn 5, the right-hander, as they climb back up the hill. And Wooder is all over the back of Lewis Halliday. But up front, it's been an exemplary drive from Guy Cunnington. He did what he needed to do despite going off onto the grass on the first corner. Guy Cunnington wins. Fantastic drive. Guy Cunnington gets his penultimate win of the season, potentially. Certainly he takes another brilliant victory, and that is going to put him right into the firing line for a crack at the championship fight in the final race of the year. Cunnington in front of Ben Burgess, then Tom Edmonds and Oakley Pryor. Lewis Halliday and Luke Wooder in the top 6 from Kieran Gifford and Reese Hunter. James Johnson is 9th in front of Sam Stansbury. James Lowther comes through in 11th place from Ben Davis. Then Morgan Rose, Teddy Clinton, Bradley Barrett and Jemima Hepworth. Then Angie Stanning and Lewis Malin from Harry Canham and Thomas Storer. Harvey Edmondson, Merrick Gigg, Alex Holgate, Sam Sanders, Jaden Walker, Ryan Luscombe and Matt Jones. 2 retirements from the race as well as George Holbrook and Jason Lockwood. So those two drivers sadly ending up retirements, as well as obviously the battle that we saw in that race earlier on. Unfortunately, going no further, George Holbrook and Matt Jones. And we saw Ryan Luscombe pull off the circuit earlier, of course, after his mechanical problem. And Jason Lockwood was an early retirement, only managing to complete 5 laps of racing. So a very feisty and very exciting senior Rotax race. Rotax 177 is standing by to get underway very shortly indeed.
There is no terrible way to win. There is only winning.
Let me drive. I will make a fool out of you.
Every one of us has to find a reason to do this. You do it because you're driven.
I was beginning to think I'd never be anything more than a piston-happy lead-foot punk. Then this starts to happen.
Somebody put it in your mind you gotta be perfect every time out or you're a failure. Well, forget that. Just forget it.
You ready to put away your toys and grow up? Are you ready to make more money in 1 year than your father made in his whole life? Are you ready to become a real race car driver?
When I won it was probably the last time I ever felt pure victory.
Because I'm quicker than all of you.
And if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a racing driver.
Oh, hell, isn't that what we're in this for? To stare death in the face and to cheat it? Come on, there's nobility in that. It's like being knights.
No pressure. Nobody breathing down my back, just driving because I left it pure.
A lot of people go through life doing things badly. Racing's important to men who do it well. When you're racing, it's life. Anything that happens before or after, it's just waiting.
I just hope when you do, that I'm there to see it.
Racing. That's the name of the game, isn't it? Win or lose, put up or shut up.
Fine. Then let's race.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingham and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Jacques Villeneuve. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Bruno Senna. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Chris Hoy, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Landon Norris, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
You're listening to Race Day Live on Downforce UK, brought to you by Clapham North MOT, Motorsport Days Live, Stopwatch Hospitality, and Trade Price Cars.
So a cracking race from Senior Rotax, but now we are getting ourselves ready for the first of 2 finals in Rotax 177, another title battle that will go down to the wire here at Forest Edge Kart Club. Jake Sanson with you all the way through the rest of the afternoon, live trackside here at Forest Edge Kart Club, and of course live around the world via Downforce Radio. Going to be a really exciting battle for all of the competitors in the remaining races of this British Kart Championship weekend. Rotax 177 with a lot of great battlers trying to get to the front end of the field to bow out of their season on a high, but also of course for Michael Cheek in particular, he wants to finish off the season as the British champion. It's going to be a very tight battle all the way to the death, and they know it. But Michael Cheek is up for the battle, and he is going to have a really exciting race in front of him. In fact, he'll have 2 of them. There's great racers up at the front end of the Rotax 177 field. We've come to the best possible cathedral of speed to go racing at this level. Forest Edge, the first ever appearance in the British Kart Championships, and I have to say, my personal thoughts are that I hope it's not going to be the last. It's been an absolutely brilliant weekend. The circuit is fantastic. The crew and the staff here are absolutely exemplary. And it's been an absolutely terrific battle in every single class here this weekend. Rotax 177 getting ready for the battle for the title. And my goodness me, there's at least a dozen drivers who could win, and even more than that who could be on the top of the podium. So we'll see all sorts of great racing wheel to wheel, as we have already seen from Rotax 177, of course, over the course of the weekend. The earlier heat, a very exciting one, plenty of good battles, and it's all about solidarity and consistency in the heat here thus far, as all of the drivers want to push their way forward. There's still a good title battle in Rotax 177, 2 or 3 drivers still in the mix, but obviously as we get closer and closer to the end of the season, the opportunities start to fade away. Rotax 177 is currently waiting to go out. The Junior Rotax Repechage will be after that, and that of course will set the grid for the finals in Junior Rotax. So we're going to see a really exciting wheel-to-wheel scrap over this Forest Edge circuit. 1,000 metres around the course, of course, and that means it's 1 kilometre of blasting, and in 15 minutes you can complete a good 24 laps if you are fast enough. We got through 23 of them in the Senior Rotax. We might well get to 23, possibly even 24 in the Rotax 177, depending on how close the battle is up at the front end of the field. But we will see some amazing overtakes here. This is one of the rare circuits on the calendar that has almost as many overtaking opportunities as there are corners. There are 11 decent apexes around this circuit and 8 really prime overtaking opportunities around the circuit. Although, of course, there are some drivers out there that will try to be a bit more creative and find a few more than that. But we have seen some absolutely spellbinding stuff. Through time qualifying yesterday, it was mighty close. But incredibly, through the racing in the heats yesterday and this morning as well, across all of the classes, we have seen some incredible dicing and incredible camaraderie as well, because there's been some good battles between drivers, but there's also a real end-of-term atmosphere here as everybody wants to finish their season on a high. We're obviously enjoying a very rare treat in September, a bit of a heat wave and a bit of a scorcher here at Forest Edge Kart Club. It's been a bit rare to see so much heat around this particular part of the year, and certainly it's one of the hottest meetings that Forest Edge Kart Club can claim to have run. But what a great venue it has proved to be here in the British Kart Championships, the 6th weekend of the year for Rotax. And it's been quite the year, actually, if you look through what we have done and what we have accomplished over the course of the season, from PF International starting the season through to Rissington, and then up obviously to the third round of the championship when we went over to the very fast Mansell Raceway over at Dunkswell. And it was great to have Nigel Mansell, David Richards, Hugh Chambers and all accompanying us on that fantastic first step for them. Then, of course, we went over to Glenagors Park over in North Wales. And then last time out at Clay Pigeon, where we crowned one champion, namely Kai Hunter. But now we've got to crown 3 more here at the season finale at Forest Edge Kart Club. And I have to say, it's great to be here. Wonderful to see such amazing racing on this beautiful and picturesque circuit. This former Ministry of Defence air base has only become a recent member of the British karting scene. And I tell you what, it really is a textbook place to come motorsport. On the front row of the grid, it is going to be Matteo Zanetti, whose second half of the season has been pretty dominant in terms of one-lap pace. Alongside him, though, another heat winner from today, Ethan Haynes, will line up on that front row of the grid beside him. The karts come out onto the circuit for their formation laps, so let's go to battle. Matteo Zanetti and Ethan Haynes from Michael Cheek and Jack McConnell, James Beecroft and Chris Wright from Nathan Chafer and James Moorcroft, Michael Roots and Marcus Basley from Cole Edwards and Chris Thomas, Charlie Whaley and Alexander Luck, then Aaron Yao and Joe Fifner, then Luke Oliver and Jamie McGowan, Carl Churchill and Louis Large from Tim Darlow and Taylor Adams, and then Sam Winter is alone at the back of the field. It looks as though Oliver Smith has not been able to make it out there. Oh, in fact, he has. My apologies. But he had an issue with his transponder. Now it has been fixed. So he will continue on in position around the circuit. But now the Rotax 177 first final of the day is going to give us a clear indication as to who will be battling for the title. In the Virtual Championship at the moment, Michael Cheek is on 620 to James Beecroft on 600, and then it's Luke Oliver on 586, ahead of Chafer and Moorcroft on 568 and 567 respectfully. Matteo Zanetti trying to creep his way into the final podium. 6th in the standings at the moment, but there is so much still to come from this race. Zanetti, Haynes, Cheek, McConnell, Beecroft, Wright, Chafer, Moorcroft. Here we go! Into the first corner. Cracking start from the inside line. So Zanetti and Cheek have got through in the first and second place. No problem at all. And I think that's a move as well from James Beecroft to get into third position. He has indeed made it. A spin at the back of the field, but the kart gets going again. That is the number 1. That is the reigning champion, Louis Large, who is going to bow out of his championship season from 2018 and relinquish his crown this weekend to one of the top 3 drivers in the standings now. It'll all come down to drop scores and how these finals play out. But so far, it is Matteo Zanetti in front of Michael Cheek at the front end of the field, and up to third has come James Beecroft. So the 2 title protagonists, Cheek and Beecroft, are now second and third. How exciting is this race going to be? As Matteo Zanetti, the race leader, gets a warning flag on the first lap. What did he do that was so cheeky, I wonder? Well, Michael Cheek in second place, going well in front of Beecroft. Then the 33 of Ethan Haynes. He gets past Jack McConnell on the way through the first couple of corners of the lap. And then it is then it is Wright, Chafer, Moorcroft, Basley, Thomas, Alex Luck, Mike Roots, Cole Edwards and Charlie Whaley, as the drivers tuck their way through the bus stop chicane once again. No major catastrophes and drama so far on this second lap, and Zanetti is just trying to eke out the gap in front of Michael Cheek. There's pressure for Beecroft as now he's got Ethan Haynes, who was one of the earlier heat winners today, battling to try and get back through. So he comes through the first corner, and Michael Cheek is going to get second place pretty much sewn up here, because that's a move from Ethan Haynes. He gets the warning flag and then goes straight through up the inside of Beecroft. So he takes third position and has the nerve and audacity to signal to the guys behind, let's go get after Michael Cheek, as Beecroft is too busy trying to fend off Jack McConnell to pay attention to that particular request. So the drivers in behind are going very close indeed. Nathan Schaefer in 6th place, James Moorcroft in behind in 7th as well. So a great little battle developing here for 4th position. Up the inside, here comes a move from Jack McConnell. He can't quite make it there on the inside line, and now Nathan Schaefer's going to take advantage in the final hairpin. He gets through, and Moorcroft gets through there as well on the inside line. So for Jack McConnell, it's a bit of an annoying end to the season for him there, as he drops back into 7th position. We saw how fast he was at Clay Pigeon, and he was trying to maintain that pace here, but so far it's been a bit of a tricky one from his point of view. So the battle continues to rock on up towards bus stop. Matteo Zanetti, Cheek and Haynes are now very close together. Haynes is going to make the lunge up the inside. Michael Cheek's going to let him go. So Haynes gets through in a second position on Michael Cheek, and that's going to be a really exciting battle between these two. So Michael Cheek trying to get back through on the inside of Ethan Haynes, and we'll see how that works in the first corner. Back through to the hairpin once again, out through turn 3 and up towards the left-hander. Zanetti in front of Haynes, Cheek and Beecroft. Then it's Schaefer in front of Moorcroft there in 7, and then McConnell, Pasley, Thomas, Luck, Wright, Roots, Edwards, Whaley, Yao and Oliver. The big mover in the race so far, Taylor Adams, along with Alex Luck and Oliver Smith, have all made up 4 places. So they're making up some good time and good speed around the circuit. But nobody, yet again, can hold a candle to Matteo Zanetti. As things currently stand, Schaefer and Zanetti are going to move up to 3rd and 4th in the driver's standings before drop scores are taken into account. So they have done a very good job in the latter stage of the season, of course. Schaefer and Zanetti are likely to score big points here. Zanetti in front of Haynes, then it is Cheek in front of Beecroft. Schaefer in 5th position, the 7 of Moorcroft, and then it is the 14 of Jack McConnell. 8th place is Marcus Basley, and the Hobbsy Motorsport team trying to get him further up the order from his current position, which is 8th. He goes through the bus stop chicane trying to tag onto the back of Jack McConnell, and then in 9th place, that is Chris Thomas in front of Alex Luck. So Alex Luck still battling away there in 10th position, trying to get onto the tail of the GMS karting machine of Chris Thomas. Across the line comes our leader, Zanetti, in front of Haynes. Haynes is still closing him down. Michael Cheek doing a good job there in 3rd position. Beecroft is going to struggle in a moment, because he's got Schaefer, Moorcroft and McConnell all over the back of him. They come out of turn 4, down the drop towards turn 5, the square right-hander. And we're going to see some truly epic struggles between these two drivers now as they come up the crest towards the bus stop chicane. And there is a mechanical flag going out, and that is for the 29. So Joe Fifner, unfortunately, the former English Open champion, Joe Fifner is now out of the race effectively, as he's got a mechanical flag. He may well decide to fix whatever it is and go back out, but effectively that puts him down to the back. So 9 times out of 10, drivers who get the mechanical flag will just come into the pits and pull off, and that will take no further part. So Zanetti, Haynes, running a good job. Louis Large is slowing, so it looks as though Louis Large may be out of the race. Big problems for Louis Large, and he is going to pull into the pits to retire. So the reigning British champion, who will have to concede his crown later today, unfortunately pulls out of the race. So Louis Large is going to take no further part in the action in final number 1 for Rotax 177 this weekend here at Forest Edge. But there's a great battle developing for 3rd position. Michael Cheek is finally being caught now by Beecroft, with Schaefer, Moorcroft, McConnell, and in the back of the queue is the 21 of Marcus Basley. So we're going to get a 6-cart freight train around the circuit now for 3rd position. Michael Cheek trying to drop them, but with safety in numbers, Beecroft is able to get the momentum to close up on his main title protagonist. He's got to try and beat him as many times as he can for the remainder of the weekend, and of course with only 2 finals left, including this one of the season, he's only got 2 chances to do so. He makes a mistake though in the bus stop. Chafer might get an opportunity. He doesn't quite take it into Midgets. And as they go down the short stretch into the left-hander, it is still Zanetti in front of Ethan Haynes. And then a very long queue developing. Up the inside goes Chafer. He gets through past Beecroft. And there's enough space for Moorcroft as well. Moorcroft gets through. So that's 2 places lost for James Beecroft. That's great news for Michael Cheek. Not so great for Beecroft. McConnell and Basley are going to be all over him like a bad habit now. So Matteo Zanetti leads the race in front of Ethan Haynes, and they are still stretching out as big a gap as they possibly can to the rest of the field. But I promise you, this race is not done yet. We're not even at half distance, so there could still be a fight back from Beecroft. There's definitely a charge forward from McConnell, as he's now got Basley nudging him towards Beecroft in 6th position. Out in 3rd, Michael Cheek's got a bit of breathing space now over Chafer and Moorcroft, but those 2 are going to start closing up. Beecroft in 6th position. Further back though, he's got some great overtaking as Thomas gets in behind the 5 of Alex Luck, having overtaken Chris Wright. And Thomas is going to try and edge his way on the inside of Alex Luck. Luck doesn't give him any space and holds on to the position. So, looking at the way the points are likely to stack up at the present moment, it's going to be Cheek on 6.27 from James Beecroft on 6.03. Chafer and Zanetti will be on 5.91 and 5.89 respectfully. So it looks as though the battle is almost won for Michael Cheek, but anything can happen and it can all still change in a heartbeat. That is the tension and the excitement of the Motorsport UK British Car Championships in Rotax 177. It is never dull, it is never slow, and it is definitely going to be fever pitch to the finish line. Zanetti and Haynes now separated by only 0.43 of a second. Zanetti is being caught by Ethan Haynes. The lead battle is still not done, and Nathan Chafer and James Moorcroft have got together to close up on Michael Cheek in 3rd position. So the potential champion is going to have pressure here from Chafer. Chafer's going to give him a real test of his character through the bus stop up towards Midgets, and it does look as though Chafer's going to make the bid for 3rd position. He launches up the inside, and there's still space for Moorcroft. He gets into 4th place as well. Cheek is down to 5th. So Michael Cheek down to 5th position, James Beecroft in 6th place, but they have got a gap to Beecroft behind. But the big battle is going to be up front. Zanetti versus Haynes, the 2 fastest drivers this weekend, arguably. And it's certainly an argument you'd be likely to win if you decided to take it up. Up to 3rd is Chafer, up to 4th is Moorcroft, 5th is Cheek, and up the inside that is McConnell, getting back on terms with Basley as those 2 duel it out for 7th place. So Basley and McConnell are having a great scrap over 7th position, while Luck, Thomas and Wright are actually closing in on that group of karts. So they're not done yet either. Haynes is chipping away at Matteo Zanetti's advantage with 6 minutes to go. He's not far away at all. Zanetti trying to put pressure on him by getting faster and faster, but it is Haynes that is gaining on Zanetti. And now Chafer and Moorcroft are having a terrific dice for 3rd position. Moorcroft is trying to help Chafer stretch away from the championship leader, 32. Michael Cheek still there in position in 5th place, but not able really to keep up with the 2 karts in front at the present moment. Chafer and Moorcroft stretching out a gap. So it could be a very exciting podium finish for the 3 drivers up front, Zanetti, Haynes and somebody. It's either going to be Chafer or Moorcroft at this current rate. Beecroft is struggling to hold on in front of McConnell. McConnell's really stepping up the attack for 6th position. Will he launch something into the final turn? He's too far back, but Beecroft gets a little bit wide. And now McConnell's got a great chance into the first corner. Beecroft has to move to cover and defend. So we got some great battles. 1 for 1st, 1 for 3rd, and 1 for 6th place as Beecroft, McConnell and Basley are all over the back. And now they're not too far away from Michael Cheek either. Into the chicane, Ethan Haynes is definitely gaining ground on Zanetti, and Moorcroft is definitely gaining ground on Chafer. So we've got some great battles all around the circuit. It's not easing up. If anything, it's just getting more and more intense. Battle tightening up in the Rotax 177 final races of the season. 2 races to go, of course, in this British Car Championship calendar. And now it is all going to be about who can hang it out there the longest on these last few races of the season. Zanetti and Haynes battling for 1st, Chafer and Moorcroft battling for 3rd, and then Cheek on his own in 5th place with Beecroft, McConnell and Basley battling it out for 6th place. Looks like we're going to get a nice pass up the inside as Alex Luck goes for broke on right, and he's going to take 2 with him. That's the E-plate of Cole Edwards, and also in there Luke Oliver. So they get some good overtaking moves there on Chris Thomas, I think it is actually, not Chris Wright. Chris Wright is there or thereabouts, but not making the move himself. So now Zanetti and Haynes are dueling it out for the Rotax 177 victory here. Here comes the 99, a bit of a slip and slide there for Schaefer on the curbs on the exit of the final hairpin, but still hanging on crucially in front of James Moorcroft. 5th place for the 32 of Michael Cheek, still leading the championship from where he is, and still crucially in front of his main opponent, James Beecroft. McConnell and Basley are right in behind him though, and in 9th place, that is Alex Luck in front of Wright, Edwards, Oliver, Thomas, Whaley, Roots, Yao, Adams, McGowan and Churchill, with Sam Winter finishing off the runners. Tim Darlow is out, so is Joe Fifner, Louis Large and Oliver Smith. But the leaders are coming through now to complete the end of lap 17, and they've still got battles to go on this race. As Zanetti holds station in front of Haynes, Schaefer's now going to have to go very defensive with the 7 of Moorcroft, The 72 gets a warning. That is James Beecroft. His defensive tactics to keep the drivers behind at bay have clearly not been well received by the officials, and he gets a warning for it. So they come off the turn and up they climb once again up the hill and in towards the bus stop chicane. So they're just trying to keep it nice and tidy into the right-hander for the leaders at the end of the lap. Zanetti has Haynes all over the back of him. The pressure is really mounting. 2.5 minutes to go as they cross the line, and into lap 19 they go. Haynes is still committed fully to going past Matteo Zanetti, but he's got to time it right. He doesn't want to go for the move too early. It's going to be an advantage to be in 2nd place when the moment is right. Here's the battle for 3rd, Schaefer and Moorcroft. Then Michael Cheek on his own in 5th. And then we've got Beecroft battling with McConnell and the 21 of Basley. McConnell just diving to the inside to protect from Basley, and also potentially, if there's an opportunity, dive up the inside of Beecroft, who is not giving him any space to negotiate that at all. But the leaders up front are now starting to get into a bit of a battle. Here we go for the race lead. Zanetti versus Haynes. They come across the line, and with 1 minute and 48 seconds on the clock, Zanetti and Haynes go into lap number 20. And now Schaefer's got a real mission on his hands to keep Moorcroft at bay. Moorcroft is still sliding around all over the shop trying to come through, and the battle to get past James Beecroft is absolutely mounting. Here comes McConnell up on the inside of Beecroft. He hits the curb. Beecroft slides sideways, and they just about get away with that one. But now the queue is building and drivers are going to want to make overtaking moves. Beecroft is becoming a bit of a roadblock now. As he runs in 6th place, McConnell gets up the inside and takes over 6th position. So Beecroft down to P7. And that is a great move from Jack McConnell. And I don't think it's going to be the last one. Beecroft tries to get up the inside. He's not going to get there. Basley tries to get on the inside now of Beecroft. Meanwhile, Haynes is snapping around all over the back of Zanetti. The battle for the victory begins. The battle for 3rd is on as well between Schaefer and Moorcroft. And McConnell into 6th place in front of Beecroft, Basley and Alex Luck. Absolutely sensational. It's hard to know where to look at the moment because we've got battles all over the place. Zanetti and Haynes are nose to tail. Is Ethan Haynes going to get a run into midgets to dive up the inside on Zanetti? No, Zanetti's going to hold the inside line. I'll ask the same question about Moorcroft on Schaefer because he's getting closer all the time. Here we go. Zanetti drifts wide. Haynes gets alongside. Can he get him on the switchback? Here comes Zanetti. Haynes on the inside. Has to bail out of it. A great battle for the victory now between these two up front. Matteo Zanetti in front of Ethan Haynes. They come off the turn, up towards turn 4, through the left-hander and down the straight. Moorcroft trying to come around the outside of Nathan Schaefer and then tuck back in for the inside. Can't get the space to go through in a 3rd position. And Beecroft is having a real mission keeping the pack behind him. Basley, Luck. Then it is the 8 of Wright. The E-plate in there as well. And of course is Cole Edwards. They're all starting to mount an attack. Schaefer's going to have a real mission keeping back Moorcroft. Meanwhile, Zanetti's holding off Ethan Haynes for as long as possible. This is going to get really tough for him to keep the lead. And they're going to battle into the last lap. Here we go. So, Zanetti and Haynes are battling for the victory. Moorcroft is trying to get the slingshot on Schaefer out of the final turn. He can't get through either. Here we go. Haynes is swarming around behind Zanetti. Can't get the move. And Moorcroft is spinning to get past Schaefer. This is actually not too bad a place to be for Michael Cheek. He's there in 5th position, 2 places in front of his main rival for the title fight. And that will do nicely in terms of the consistency. Michael Cheek is still doing a fine job. But now we're going to get a move surely up the inside line. As Zanetti tries again to hold off Haynes. Haynes is committing to the move on the inside line. They bang wheels and Haynes is through. Haynes gets the lead out of the final turn and Ethan Haynes wins on Forest Edge. What a race and what a move! Absolutely stupendous from Ethan Haynes. He timed it to perfection into the penultimate corner. Neither driver was going to give way. They bang wheels, which is all fair in love and war. But what a race. Ethan Haynes comes through for the victory in front of Zanetti. Moorcroft does the same thing to Chafer. He steals third place at the death as well. Michael Cheek, though, in fifth position, looking good going into the second final. McConnell in sixth from Beecroft, Basley, Alex Luck and Chris Wright. And then Cole Edwards in 11th in front of Luke Oliver, Charlie Whaley, Michael Roots, and then Chris Thomas from Aaron Yao. Taylor Adams in there from Jamie McGowan and Sam Winter. And then the retirements, Carl Churchill, Tim Darlow, Joe Fifner, Louis Large and Oliver Smith. So some really exciting race battles going on there in that one. And now we will head into the next race of the day, which is going to be the Junior Rotax Repechage. We've seen some absolutely sensational battles from Rotax 177 though, taking it right to the line, Ethan Haynes. An absolute thriller and managing to beat Matteo Zanetti by a mere 0.11 of a second at the end there. Absolutely thrilling stuff. So, Ethan Haynes takes the penultimate final of the season. There's one more race to go for 177 this season. But next up, it is the Junior Rotax Repechage. Hang on to something. This is the last hurrah for these drivers to get through to the last two finals of the year.
There is no terrible way to win. There is only winning.
Let me drive. I will make a fool out of you.
Every one of us has to find a reason to do this. You do it because you're driven.
I was beginning to think I'd never be anything more than a piston-happy lead-foot punk. Then this starts to happen.
Somebody put it in your mind you gotta be perfect every time out or you're a failure. Well, forget that. Just forget it.
You ready to put away your toys and grow up? Are you ready to make more money in 1 year than your father made in his whole life? Are you ready to become a real race car driver?
When I won it was probably the last time I ever felt pure victory.
Because I'm quicker than all of you.
And if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a racing driver.
But hell, isn't that what we're in this for? To stare death in the face and to cheat it? Come on, there's nobility in that. It's like being knights.
No pressure, nobody breathing down my back, just driving because I left it pure.
A lot of people go through life doing things badly. Racing's important to men who do it well. When you're racing, it's life. Anything that happens before or after, it's just waiting.
I just hope when you do, that I'm there to see it.
Racing. That's the name of the game, isn't it? Win or lose, put up a show.
Fine. Then let's race.
Turn on, let's go 10 out of 10. Funky rebel music on the radio again, tune in. Let's go 10 out of 10. Funky rebel music on the radio again, turn on. Let's go 10 out of 10. Funky rebel music on the radio again, tune in. Let's go 10 out of 10. Funky rebel music on the radio again, turn on. Let's go 10 out of 10. Funky rebel music on the radio again, tune in. Let's go 10 out of 10. Funky rebel music on the radio again.
is no terrible way to win. There is only winning.
Let me drive. I will make a fool out of you.
Every one of us has to find a reason to do this. You do it because you're driven.
I was beginning to think I'd never be anything more than a piston-happy, lead-foot punk. Then this starts to happen.
Somebody put it in your mind you gotta be perfect every time out or you're a failure. Well, forget that. Just forget it.
You ready to put away your toys and grow up? Are you ready to make more money in 1 year than your father made in his whole life? Are you ready to become a real race car driver?
When I won it was probably the last time I ever felt pure victory.
Because I'm quicker than all of you.
And if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a racing driver.
Oh, hell, isn't that what we're in this for? To stare death in the face and to cheat it? Come on, there's nobility in that. It's like being knights.
No pressure, nobody breathing down my back, just driving because I left it pure.
A lot of people go through life doing things badly. Racing's important to men who do it well. When you're racing, it's life. Anything that happens before or after, it's just waiting.
I just hope when you do, that I'm there to see it.
Racing. That's the name of the game, isn't it? Win or lose, put up or shut up.
Fine. Then let's race.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingram and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Jacques Villeneuve. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Bruno Senna. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Chris Hoy, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Landon Norris, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
You're listening to Race Day Live on Downforce UK, brought to you by Clapham North MOT, Motorsport Days Live, Stopwatch Hospitality, and Trade Price Cars.
So the Genie Rotax repechage, it is Josh Poulain from Brandon Klein Nagelvort, Dan Armstrong, CJ Morgan, Ollie Tyler and Oscar Houle from Dylan West Jackson, Spencer Shinner, and then of course it could be Kai Hunter, but he's not actually going to take part, so he will not make the final, but that's no problem for him. Red lights go out, and away we go racing up to the first corner. The leading 6 drivers across the line will progress through to the Junior Rotax finals, and only 2 of them will not manage to do so. So it's going to be a really interesting battle for all of the competitors as they continue to battle forwards. So let's see how it progresses in this early stage of racing. Josh Poulain from Brandon Klein Nagelvort, Dan Armstrong and CJ Morgan. Then Ollie Tyler in front of Oscar Houle, Dylan West Jackson and Spencer Shinner. They go through. And already a very exciting start up at the front end of the field. Josh Poulain wants to make sure he can maintain his position in front of the Racing Perfection car of Brandon Klein Nagelvort. Up the inside, that's a big lunge from the 15. Nice overtaking move there from Spencer Shinner. So he's gone from the back to work his way through up into 5th position. That will get him through, no problem at all. So the battle will continue as far as they're concerned. There's still a long way to go. And we should see some pretty exciting battles from the competitors. So in through the right-hander and up the crest once again through to the bus stop chicane. So this is going to be an interesting one as the drivers continue to scrabble away. But there is plenty more to come. Is that going to be a change for the lead? Brandon Klein Nagelvort committed to it. It is not going to get there, but up to 3rd position. That looks like a move from Spencer Shinner again as he climbs his way forward now. He's up into... Oh no, sorry, he's still there in 5th place, up to 3rd, now comes to 13, that's Dan Armstrong on CJ Morgan. So they battle away. Dan Armstrong up into 3rd now in front of CJ Morgan, and Spencer Shinner is right there in 5th position, waiting for his opportune moment to come through. They go into the left-hander and down the drop. So it's looking good for the moment as they go through the right-hander, keeping things nice and tidy as they get up the climb once again into the bus stop. So the bus stop is the next port of call for our drivers. And they are going to continue to try and make that move happen through. Josh Poulain in front of Brandon Klein Nagelvort. They continue to battle away for position. Into the corner. Penultimate turn. The top 6 cars are next to each other. The 2 that are being left behind are Oscar Hull and Dylan West-Jackson. So if it stays like this, we know which 6 drivers are going to go through, but in which order, because it's a long race, the junior repechage. And it's the last race before we get to the Minimax and Junior Rotax finals. We've obviously already had the Rotax final and the 177 first final. So now it's going to be about the rotation between Junior and Minimax. And there's a bit of a challenge already into the chicane. That looked like a bit of a bold lunge there from Dan Armstrong to try and come through on Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. So already some good manoeuvres. And I think Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort's going to lose out here. Around the outside comes Dan Armstrong. Oh, there's a little bit of a nudge there. And through comes CJ Morgan into position, into second place for CJ Morgan then. And Spencer Shinner is now up to third. Fourth position for the 35 of Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. He's trying to come around the outside because up the inside has already gone. Ollie Tyler and Dan Armstrong, they're going to make their way through. So up to fourth place goes the 56 of Ollie Tyler. Then it is Dan Armstrong who cuts through. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort there in sixth position is on the bubble, and now Oscar Hull has got through. So Oscar Hull gets through into sixth position past Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. Once battling for the victory, now just battling to save his bacon in this final weekend of the season. So Oscar Hull is looking good for sixth position at the moment. Up towards the corners on the far side. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort is going to try and get up there alongside Oscar Hull to get that final place in the race. Sixth position needs to be his if he wants to get through. There's a warning flag for the 13. That is Daniel Armstrong. So he's been given a reminder, a gentle one. Just take it easy, mate. Through to the left-hander. And then down the straight up towards the right-hand complex. So a really exciting battle coming through for the competitors as they get back on terms with each other up towards the bus stop. So the bus stop is going to be a very critical point of procedure. Up through to the left-hander, they will come to finish the lap. Just before that, the right-hand hairpin. And this is an interesting battle for the victory now. We've got Josh Pullein, CJ Morgan and Spencer Shinner very close with 7.5 minutes still to run. It's not clear-cut yet who is going to get the victory by a long, long way. So we will have to see how it all works out. But this is going to be a very tall order for our competitors. And still they battle away with plenty of guts and determination. Lots of verve and vigour. Up towards the bus stop chicane once again. And still the drivers battle away in performance there. They will need to be towards the sharp end. And we're going to see some really exciting runs from all of the competitors as they run in position together. This 3-man scrap for the front end of this Junior Rotax repechage is going to be very tight. Through to the lead, as we know, has now come CJ Morgan, past Josh Pullein and the 15 of Spencer Shinner. So Morgan is your leader, then it is Pullein, then it is Shinner from Tyler, Armstrong and Hull. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort in 7th place, struggling to keep up. And then Dylan West-Jackson is there in 8th position on the Luxor, trying to gain some ground. He's had some technical problems with that chassis this year, and it looks as though it's going to be a real struggle. Up the inside for the lead into the bus stop, and Josh Pullein gets through on the inside, but Morgan has to go through the cut through and drops back into 3rd position. So really interesting dice between those two. Josh Pullein now in front from Shinner. Shinner's going to take advantage up the inside, and he's through. Lovely move. So Shinner takes the lead from the back of the grid to the front, and Shinner is now leading the repechage. Pullein in 2nd place still, CJ Morgan in 3rd, and then in 4th place it is Ollie Tyler from Dan Armstrong and Oscar Hull, then Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort and Dylan West-Jackson. So it's only the top 6 carts that go across the line that will get into the finals. So they need to keep up the speed and they need to keep up the tempo. Particularly the man in 3rd place, CJ Morgan, will feel, well, I led that race for a short while. I've still got the pace to win it, thank you very much. So I'm going to charge back into position. And he is starting to close back up on Josh Pullein, who in turn is closing back up on Spencer Shinner. This race is definitely not done up at the front end of the field. Through the right, up towards the left-hander. And across the line one more time. So let's see how it all shapes up. But this is getting very, very exciting indeed for the competitors as they come through into the final couple of S's of the course. Down the drop again. 5 minutes and 18 seconds on the board. Into the right-hander. Back up the crest, up towards the bus stop once more. Not clear-cut yet, as that is a great battle going on between Dan Armstrong and Oscar Hull. They are bidding over 5th place now. Oscar Hull wants to get one more position, which will cement his place in the finals. And then that will put, if he gets through, that will put Dan Armstrong on the bubble. Through they come again. Spencer Shinner leads the way in front of Josh Pullein and CJ Morgan, and they are the three that will battle for the victory in this repechage. In fourth place it is Ollie Tyler, still running a very solid race. Meanwhile, Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort has caught up. Hull is going to try and bid up the inside there of Dan Armstrong. It hasn't worked out, and Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort is going to try and squeeze up the inside line. Neither driver is prepared to surrender this, and Dylan Wash-Jackson is waiting in the wings in 8th place. So 3 drivers battling for the final place in the last finals of the season. This is going to get pretty spicy. Shinner, Pullein and Morgan from Ollie Tyler in 4th place. Then it is Dan Armstrong in 5th. And then we've got this 3-man scrap. Hull, Klein-Nagelvoort and Wash-Jackson. Hull is going to defend to the inside line. Klein-Nagelvoort's going to try and come around the outside, then tuck it back into the switch. It is very tough to keep him at bay at the moment. Klein-Nagelvoort really wants to get back through. He's going to try again. The Racing Perfection driver on the Birolart chassis, trying to build up some speed and momentum here, trying to cut back in on the inside line, but there's no budging Ollie Hull at the moment. Ollie Hull is keeping him very honest here for the DSM Sports squad. And then of course in 8th place we have the Aztec Motorsport team, the Luxor of Dylan Wash-Jackson. So they are not done yet by any means. And there's a great little scrap going on for 2nd place. Josh Pullein is being caught up napping by CJ Morgan. Shinner's trying to stretch out a lead, but 2nd place isn't done. CJ Morgan and Josh Pullein battling for 2nd and 3rd. 4th place is looking pretty solid now for Ollie Tyler. 5th for Dan Armstrong likewise. And then this amazing trio where only 1 place is available behind the top 5. So this race is going to go down to the wire in the last 3 minutes between these 3 drivers. Oscar Hull, Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort and Dylan Wash-Jackson will bid for the 1 remaining place in the race behind the top 5, unless of course something were to happen up front. Josh Pullein and CJ Morgan have already had a near miss in this race as they battled for the lead a few laps ago, with Morgan having to take the cut through, and then of course Pullein losing momentum, and that's how Spencer Shinner made the move to get through. So let's see how Shinner can continue on with 2 minutes and 42 remaining on the clock. 2nd and 3rd, Josh Pullein and CJ Morgan from Ollie Tyler and Dan Armstrong. And then we've got Hull, Klein-Nagelvoort and Wash-Jackson. Now they've actually teamed up, and they are now starting to close up again on Armstrong. But here comes Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. This is the last chance really for Oscar Hull to defend. He's done so. And so Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort still can't get through. If they were going to team up at this point, they might just have enough time to close in and pass Dan Armstrong. But I think what they're doing at the moment is counterproductive to that strategy. So they're just going to be bidding for 6th place, not 5th. Race lead up, still Spencer Shinner in front of Josh Pullein and CJ Morgan. Ollie Tyler there in 4th position. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort's got a good run. He might have an opportunity here on the inside line, and he's there. Oscar Hull runs wide onto the grass, and that's enough for Dylan Wash-Jackson to get through as well. So Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort gets through in the 6th place with Dylan Wash-Jackson in behind him. And that is going to give us an absolutely sensational run for Dylan Wash-Jackson. He now has a couple of laps to try and get on terms and pass Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. So it's not over yet for 6th place. There is still going to be an interesting battle to the end of the race for these 2. But Oscar Hull, rather sadly, has pushed too far, and now he's run wide, and that's enough for both Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort and Dylan Wash-Jackson to get through. And now those 2 will battle for 6th place, the last place in the race. 1 minute and 15 as our leader goes across the line. Spencer Shinner from Josh Pullein and CJ Morgan. Ollie Tyler still 4th. Armstrong still 5th. And then this duo now battling for 6th position. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort and Dylan Wash-Jackson. Oscar Hull is about a second behind them now in 8th place. And it's not looking particularly rosy for the DSM driver after his mistake. So into the right hand of the battle for 6th place still going on. Up at the bus stop, we've still got Josh Pullein and CJ Morgan working in tandem to close up a little bit closer to Spencer Shinner. But Shinner's got just under a second on them, so for the moment he's pretty relaxed and pretty safe in the lead of the race. Doesn't even have to win the repechage, of course, to get through. He just has to be in the top 6. But he wants to win it to restore order. 4th position for Ollie Tyler. He looking pretty smooth at the moment there in 4th place. Still running a very good and solid race in there in 4th position as he continues to dig deep and find a little bit more from the kart. Meanwhile, Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort under massive pressure from Dylan Wash-Jackson. Dylan Wash-Jackson really wants to get into the final. It would be a great end to his season of trial and error, and he's been working very hard to get to that stage. He's in there still behind Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. Hasn't been able to make it stick yet. But they are going to start the last lap this time by. So Dylan Wash-Jackson is running out of opportunities. And as they continue to scrabble in 8th position, Oscar Hull now has a chance to get them both. The last lap begins. Spencer Shinner still leading the way. In front of these two cars, Josh Poulain and CJ Morgan. Morgan might get a run here on Poulain. Poulain squeezes him out. He's not going to give him that opportunity. Meanwhile, Dylan West-Jackson's going to lose out to Oscar Hull. Oscar Hull bids up the inside and gets into 7th position. Dylan West-Jackson trying to get past again, but Oscar Hull through into 7th, and that might be enough to keep Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort safe in 6th position. They're going to need to make up some time there to stand any chance of getting back into it. And then side by side, that is a move from Morgan. Morgan's got through on Josh Poulain. On the last lap, he gets into 2nd position, past the Coles Racing driver. So the victory is going to go the way of Spencer Shinner. He takes the victory in the repechage. Nice job there from Spencer Shinner. 2nd place for CJ Morgan and 3rd for Josh Poulain. Then it is Ollie Tyler in front of Dan Armstrong. Great performances from those two. And Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort fights it back to 6th position. So the two that are plumb out of luck on this particular occasion. Oh, well, that's interesting post-race. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort not particularly happy with the way this race has ended. He wanted the final place in the final race. And I have a feeling there's a little bit of a debate going on down there in the pit lane now between Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort and Oscar Hull. They need to keep a lid on this. Stay away from each other, gentlemen. Let the officials sort it. Don't take action yourselves. Well, very dramatic end as Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, Oscar Hull and Dylan West-Jackson will still be contesting that final place in the race, potentially after the race has subsided. And a very exciting and very do-or-die battle in the junior repechage. That was the chance to get into the last final of the year, and we'll now have to wait to see which 6 drivers get there. Certainly we think it's going to be Shinner, Morgan, Poulain, Tyler and Armstrong. But as to the last 3, well, we'll have to figure out what happens next. So, a very difficult situation now for the drivers as they battle away for position. So we'll now go into the next race, which is going to be the first final of the weekend for Minimax.
There is no terrible way to win. There is only winning.
Let me drive. I will make a fool out of you.
Every one of us has to find a reason to do this. You do it because you're driven.
I was beginning to think I'd never be anything more than a piston-happy lead-foot punk. Then this starts to happen.
Somebody put it in your mind you gotta be perfect every time out or you're a failure. Well, forget that. Just forget it.
You ready to put away your toys and grow up? Are you ready to make more money in 1 year than your father made in his whole life? Are you ready to become a real race car driver?
When I won it was probably the last time I ever felt pure victory.
Because I'm quicker than all of you.
And if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a racing driver.
I mean, hell, isn't that what we're in this for? To stare death in the face and to cheat it? Come on, there's nobility in that. It's like being knights.
No pressure, nobody breathing down my back, just driving because I left it pure.
A lot of people go through life doing things badly. Racing's important to men who do it well. When you're racing, it's life. Anything that happens before or after, it's just waiting.
I just hope when you do, that I'm there to see it.
Racing. That's the name of the game, isn't it? Win or lose, put up or shut up.
Fine. Then let's race.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingram and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Jacques Villeneuve. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Bruno Senna. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Chris Hoy, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Landon Norris, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
You're listening to Race Day Live on Downforce UK, brought to you by Clapham North MOT, Motorsport Days Live, Stopwatch Hospitality, and Trade Price Cars.
Hello to everybody listening around the world, wherever you are listening from via Downforce Radio. If you have got a message of support for your drivers that you are listening along to, wherever it is you may be from, do please send us a message in the chat box on the Spreaker chat, and we will give out a shout out to the driver that you are cheering for. Minimax is up next, and it's going to be a really intense and exciting battle. There are discussions going on, we hear, from the junior repechage race, so we don't really know what the situation is going to be. All we know is that it was a very close fight to the end between Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, Oscar Hull and Dylan West-Jackson, and it's not quite clear which of those 3 is going to get through to the finals. We will find out in due course, but the Minimax Championship battle is now the principal moment of consideration as the drivers are getting ready for an absolutely spellbinding encounter. Running to a slight delay in the schedule, unfortunately, as some of you may have noticed, of course, but we are now bringing things back to the uniform routine, and the drivers are having a really exciting day battling around the circuit. 1,000 metres of this Forest Edge Kart Club circuit, and what a race it is turning out to be. Amazing set of races from the drivers. 12 degrees air temperature it was. I don't think it's 12 degrees anymore. I think it's considerably warmer than that. So we will see how the drivers are faring heading into this last few races of the season. They will all want to be pushing very hard indeed, obviously, to get to the front end of the field. But it has been very, very tight up at the sharp end of the field. And now the drivers are going to be sent out on their way to start the Minimax 1 final. So let's get racing back underway again for the Minimax first final. It is going to be very, very tight at the front end of the field with these competitors. They all want to be at the sharp end, and obviously with a title fight on the line, it is going to be very, very close. Lots of great competition, lots of great battles, and a showdown to end all showdowns. The Minimax drivers will be battling for supremacy around this Forest Edge Kart Club circuit in bone-dry conditions, bright sunshine. For those listening around the world via Downforce Radio, oh boy, are you going to regret not being here in person. It is a wonderful weekend. One final heat wave of a weekend before the summer really finishes off here in Great Britain. But what a weekend. Forest Edge Kart Club has given us plenty of entertainment thus far and is going to continue to do so. A capacity crowd here as well. Great to see so many people walking in and exploring the paddock. Great to have the support of Jag Rotax as always, especially with the Micromax classes that have been absolutely sensational so far. And their final is coming up a little bit later on with all sorts of prizes on offer, including free engines and free entry to the last round of the BNL Championship out in Belgium. A massive support there from our friends over the pond. But it's time for Minimax now, and it's Harley Horton and his teammate Archie Kitching from the front row of the grid. Callum Boyson is third, Tristan Rennie in fourth from Declan Russell and Juan Waniki. Then Alfie Davies and Sam Gornall from Jed Murphy and Finn Smith, Harry Reynolds and Nicole Sutherland. Then Logan Parker, Lincoln Bailey-Arneson from Lewis Hodgin, Ryan Willis, Luke Evans and Jacob Baldry. So some really intense racing to come from Minimax. They put on some amazing shows so far this season. And of course, there is a title to win for Archie Kitching. He leads the point standings at the moment on 630 to compare to Harley Horton on 612 and Jez Williams on 604, Sam Gornall on 599 and Tristan Rennie on 595. Anything can still happen. It's all going to come down to the wire. But whoever wins this Minimax title will definitely have earned it, because it is incredibly close at the front end of this field and there is still a handful of drivers who could get the job done. So Horton, Kitching, Voisin, Rennie, Russell, Waniki, Davies, Gornall, Murphy and Smith. They will come out of the cut through onto the main straight, and hopefully we will get a clean start from the Minimax first final straight away. It is going to be a tight one. Are we going to get a good start? Yes, we are. Away we go. Straight to the first corner, and it is Archie Kitching that holds it on the way through the first corner, going from second position to the lead instantly. So he gets a great start. Harley Horton not quite able to get alongside and retake the place, so he's there in second. Rennie up to third, and the E-plate of Callum Boyson is in fourth place, and that's an off on the grass for the 25 of Luke Evans. He gets going again, but unfortunately that has compromised him somewhat. Racing has gone straight into overdrive as they go into the bus stop for the first time. It's the O-plate Archie Kitching in front of his teammate Harley Horton, but of course those two are also battling for the title as well as each individual race. Looks like a problem there further back for Lewis Hodgin. I think the Racing Perfection drivers had an issue there up towards the bus stop. But Archie Kitching still in front of the 20 of Harley Horton. The 73 next up, that is Rennie, in front of the E-plate of Callum Boyson. And so those four are already starting to scrap away. We've got a nice move there on the inside from Sam Gornall as he tries to get wheel to wheel in there with a 68, and he's going to run wide, unfortunately. 95, his teammate Logan Parker is going to get through. Jed Murphy has made a move or two. But there's a great battle as Rennie is now getting a bit of a nudge forward from Callum Boyson. And the two Coles Racing drivers are battling away for the lead of the race and, of course, the title as well up front. So it's Archie Kitching and Harley Horton. They may be in the same team, but this is no team sport. It is now pedal to the metal between these two. And they, of course, have gone about things very differently in terms of their strategy for the weekend. You can see that in the fact that they both have different Nassaus as Horton gets up the inside and takes the place away from Archie Kitching. So Horton with the more traditional flat-nosed Nassau compared to the hot dog bun groove of the O-plate of Archie Kitching. They are battling away in the same team and in the same race and the same bit of road, and Horton's got through. He needs to beat Archie Kitching as many times as he can for the remainder of the weekend, so that's just 2 more times, and hope that Kitching does not have a great run. That's the only way, really, that Horton is going to take the title away from Archie Kitching, but taking the lead away is definitely a psychological game plan to very much admire. Rennie in there in third position. The E-plate is next up. That, of course, is Callum Voisin in front of Juan Mwaniki, who's having a great weekend here and running a brilliant race in front of the 44 of Declan Russell. Then it is Davies, Reynolds, Gornall, Murphy, Parker, Bailey Arneson, Smith, Willis, Evans, Baldry and Sutherland. And unfortunately, Lewis Hodgen has not been able to complete the race distance. He is out of the race already. Looks as though there might be a problem developing for Nicole Sutherland as well. She's had an issue. So Nicole Sutherland down at the back of the field. That's a real shame. She's got the speed to be much further up the order than she is at the moment. So a big problem for the Vision driver. But how about this battle up front? The leading 8 carts in an 8-cart train. Harley Horton's the locomotive, the other 7 are the carriages. And Archie Kitching is all over the back of his title rival and teammate. Horton, Kitching, Rennie, Voisin, Waniki, Russell, Davies and Reynolds. A really exciting scrap all the way through this field. Even down to 9th position where Sam Gornall currently lies in front of Murphy, Parker, Bailey Arneson, Willis, Smith and Evans. Got some great racing all the way through. Minimax is proving to be very intense as they go into Winges, and this is going to be a nice run up the inside from Logan Parker. He gets in a 10th place on Jed Murphy. Good bit of driving there from Parker. But the battle up front is still very exciting indeed between the leading 8 carts. And it's Coles 1, 2 and 3 now. Rennie has been passed by Callum Voisin, and a problem there for, I think, Declan Russell, who got a little bit out of the kilter there. He's trying to hang on now. The 44 in front of Davies and Reynolds. But it's 3 Coles racing carts at the front end of the field, and there's a move up the inside from Alfie Davies. He gets on the inside of Declan Russell and gets through. There might be a continuance here from Harry Reynolds. He gets through as well. So a nice manoeuvre there from Davies. He gets in a 6th. Reynolds gets through in a 7th place at the expense of Declan Russell, who's now down to 8th. The racing still very, very much joined at the front end of this pack at the moment. And as they come through off the bus stop, we're going to see a really exciting tussle between the leading 2. For the moment, they are teaming up and trying to get away from Voisin, who could definitely take some big points off them if they're not careful. Voisin looking very fast indeed here, looking quite racy as well. 10.5 minutes to go in this Minimax final, the first of 2. They come up to the hairpin, and so far, so good for your race leader, Harley Horton, who is able to take a couple of points away from Archie Kitching just by being in front of him at the moment. But down to Winges they go in the right-hander, and then back up the climb up towards the bus stop. Head down, charging forward. Harley Horton really wants this title. If he can take it away. Oh, an issue there. Going through the cut-through. That is the 74 of Alfie Davies. So Alfie Davies has had to go through the cut-through, and that has dropped him down the order. So Alfie Davies has unfortunately had to overshoot, and that drops him now down into 9th position behind Sam Gornall. And the 74 actually gets a warning flag for that, Alfie Davies. So Alfie Davies, I'm not sure whether that was intentional or what he did to create that moment, but he gets a warning flag regardless as he skates through the cutthroat and drops down to 9th place. So the top 3 are still mighty close to each other. Harley Horton, Archie Kitching and Callum Voisin. They will be very close all the way through up to the bus stop once again. They come back off the turn, and now Kitching is looking very racy as he gets close to Horton, but he's still trying to edge away from Callum Voisin. They go out of midgets, up towards the left at the end of the lap. They go through the right hairpin before it, and now into the final turn. We've seen some very interesting incidents here through the weekend. Harry Reynolds actually parked his cart up a couple of inches in front of me when I was stationed on the last corner doing social media posting yesterday. Archie Kitching, 645 points at the moment is where he's likely to end up if things stay as they are. Harley Horton on 619 and Tristan Rennie on 607. This is all, of course, before drop scores are taken into account. So it's going to be a race down to the wire. They all know that. So they all want to position themselves in the best possible place for that second final later. So we could see a real battle to the death. Oh, it's a nice move up the inside there for 5th position. That is Harry Reynolds making the move on Rennie. And Mwaniki has gone through as well. So Rennie down to 6th position. So it's Coles racing drivers in the top 5 places. Very impressive stuff from the team this weekend. And now there's 3 of them battling for the victory, and 2 of them battling with Rennie, Russell and Gornall for the top 5 places. Here comes a move from Reynolds up on the inside of Juan Mwaniki, and he gets through at Winges into 4th place. Nice overtake there from Reynolds. Meanwhile, Nicole Sutherland has caught up to the back of the 33 of Jacob Baldry and is now battling him for position. She should make fairly light work of him and does so. So Harley Horton and Archie Kitching still battling for the victory in front of Callum Voisin Then it is Juan Waniki. A great dice going on behind Rennie. Rennie has got back through past Juan Waniki, who is down the order, and that is a nice move from Gornall. He gets through on Russell, and Waniki's going to get by as well. So they are now steadily making their way forward, and it's now 6 Coles racing carts in the top 7, with only Tristan Rennie really spoiling the party. So a really exciting battle so far, but the leading 3 are still pulling clear. Callum Voisin is not in the fight for the title really after some difficulties through the course of the year. He just wants to bow out of the season on a high. He doesn't get a squat about the title fight. He just wants to win. So now he's going to be chasing after Kitching and Horton. Kitching was the leader. Horton has now taken him back again on this lap. They have swapped positions, and now the E-plate Callum Voisin is all over them, like a bad habit again. 4th place for Reynolds. Then Rennie, Gornall and Russell. So what has happened to Juan Waniki? Well, Waniki is now 7th in front of Russell. My apologies. Here we go. Horton up the inside to try and defend from the O-plate there in position. They're going to go side by side, and through comes 2nd place for Callum Voisin. So Kitching is your leader. Kitching leads, and Voisin is through in 2nd place. Horton down to 3rd. An amazing squabble in Minimax as they continue on into the closing stages. We're in the second half of the race now, and Callum Voisin has broken through to 2nd place. Kitching to the lead, and that puts Harley Horton down to 3rd. What an interesting problem this is for the Coles Racing squad to have, with so many drivers battling for positions at the front end of the field. And now the top 5 is all Coles carts, because Reynolds and Gornall have made it through to 4th and 5th. Tristan Rennie is now in front of the 71 of Juan Waniki, who is trying to get on terms with the Scotsman. If he can make his way through, then they eclipse the entirety of the top 6. Meanwhile, Voisin is going to have a look at Archie Kitching up towards the bus stop. He backs off the momentum, gets back on the power nice and early. Has he got a run here up and towards midgets? He may well do, but Archie Kitching is defending that inside line with Billy O. Up towards the right-hander that completes the lap very nearly, up to that final hairpin. And a move from Gornall. He gets the move on the inside of the 77 of Reynolds. So Gornall is up in a 4th place. Don't count him out. Sam Gornall still with a good chance of a podium here. Having made his way through the field, he is now up in a 4th position. A really good fight back from both him and Harry Reynolds. They both had struggles over the weekend, but they both want to get themselves back into contention. So the leading 3 are still absolutely glued together. There's an invisible chain dragging them all in unison around this circuit by the look of it. Horton is going to try and work with Callum Voisin to get on terms with Archie Kitching. This is the best chance yet Kitching's going to have for the place. And it looks like Voisin is going to have to work for this, because Kitching is defending now, holding that inside line. But they are going to lose so much ground to Gornall and Reynolds if they're not careful. They are battling for the victory. And now there's going to be some inter-team rivalry going on here. Callum Voisin has split the 2 title contenders. Archie Kitching in 1st, Harley Horton in 3rd. And in 4th place, Sam Gornall in front of Reynolds, Rennie. And then it's Waniki and Russell. 9th place now is Logan Parker in front of the 42 of Ryan Willis. As again, Archie Kitching has to hold off Callum Voisin through Winges. And then they come into bus stop. Back on the power again. Sam Gornall is catching them big time. There needs to be a move, and here it is. Harley Horton up the inside of Voisin. He takes 2nd place. There might be a chance yet for Gornall to get through on the inside line as well. An absolutely sensational battle here at Forest Edge. The final 2 races of the Minimax season. And it's Archie Kitching who leads with a whisker over 4 minutes to go from Horton, Voisin and Gornall. The 4 Coles Racing drivers scrapping over the victory at the closing stages of the season. Tristan Rennie still battling to keep back Juan Waniki and Declan Russell, but now those 2 have joined forces and they're trying to come through in a 6th position. The leader's still running well. Kitching, Horton, Voisin and Gornall, they keep up a little bit of dust as they go through this time on the exit of the bus stop. That's how hard they're pushing. But this is going to be a nail-biter all the way to the finish line. You can already sense how tight it's going to be at the finish line. Horton again has a look at Kitching. Gornall right in there with Voisin. The top 4 very close. It's stalemate at the moment. Out the inside goes Horton. He takes the lead into turn 2. Nice move there from Horton. And now Voisin is going to have to fend off from Gornall. He does so into the left-hander. And as they go down the drop into Winges, it is Harley Horton who leads from Kitching, Voisin and Gornall. Closing up on all of them is Harry Reynolds in 5th position. Then it's Rennie, Waniki, Russell, Parker, Willis, Davies, Murphy, Barley Arneson, Smith, Evans and Sutherland, with Jacob Baldry out of the race with a mechanical problem, and similar issues for Lewis Hodgin on the first lap. So the top 5, all from the same stable and all battling for the victory. They all want to be there on the podium. Things could get pretty edgy as the race develops. They go through and over the line, up to the first bend and then into the second hairpin again. So Harley Horton, the new race leader, once more in front of Kitching, Voisin and Gornall. They go down the drop, up towards Winges again. And so far, no change of lead again. So Kitching is still all over the back of Harley Horton. Horton places his cart in the middle of the road on the run to bus stop to avert any overtaking moves. Meanwhile, Callum Voisin is really struggling to fend off Sam Gornall, who's getting very heated behind him now as he tries to make the move. So down the straight they come once again, up into the right-hand hairpin. A nice little manoeuvre. All 4 of them absolutely nose to tail. Harry Reynolds gaining ground on them. The top 5 are all in the same stable. Will it remain that way? Or will there be some internal rivalry spewing out over the circuit? Horton, Kitching, Voisin, Gornall, Reynolds, the top 5, and they are almost line astern. The top 4 certainly are. Reynolds is just trying to catch them. The second they start battling, he's in the mix for a podium as Russell makes the bid to get past Rennie. And Juan Waniki behind them is going to try and get the run on Tristan Rennie himself. So the top 5 go through, and Rennie has held off Juan Waniki for the moment, but Declan Russell is through. Here goes Gornall. Gornall gets the move on Voisin. Into third position, into midgets. Lovely move there. And up into third position for Sam Gornall. Now he's only got 2 carts to pass, and they are the 2 title rivals. Gornall trying to stay in the hunt. So it could be a very exciting final for Sam Gornall. Don't expect him to back down from the fight. He's still mathematically in with a chance of winning the title as well, Sam Gornall. So now the 3 leading protagonists in the title fight are the 3 leading drivers in this race. So Horton, Kitching, Gornall. One of them's got to give way to the other 2. Horton not willing to lose ground. Kitching going to try again on the inside of midgets, is he? No, not with Horton holding fast there on the inside line. And we're into the final minute of race action. Horton still hanging onto the inside line, through the right-hander, up towards the final hairpin. Sam Gornall sat there in third position waiting for something to happen. But he may need to make it happen himself. They come through and over the line, through the first corner, out through the second hairpin. Up towards the left kink, square left, back on the power, plant it down the drop, and up towards Winges. Here's the move from Kitching. He's going to try up on the inside of Horton, and Gornall could well get there as well. Kitching is through, but Gornall has to wait. Horton hangs on to second place. Into the bus stop. So Kitching is back in front of Harley Horton. Gornall is right there in third position. He's married to the inside line now, Archie Kitching, trying to hold on to the lead of this race. Horton and Gornall are there. Watch for Callum Voisin. He's going to be a threat. He will make a manoeuvre. He's not able to make the move, and now Harry Reynolds joins the party. Last lap. Here we go. 5 men battling for the victory here at Forest Edge. And Gornall protects the inside line to hang on through the second hairpin in front of Voisin and Harry Reynolds. They are all in the mix there, these top 5. Meanwhile, it's Russell, Rennie and Waniki battling away for 6th position. Up the inside, Kitching has to defend from Horton, and that is Voisin fending off Harry Reynolds. Kitching holding the inside line into the bus stop. How friendly is this battle going to be on the last lap? They all want the victory. They all want the points. Up towards midgets for the last time. It's going to be an absolutely stupendous finish to this race with just 2 corners to go. We're going to see an amazing fight. Into the final bend. I think it's just about going to be the way of the O-play. Archie Kitching's going to have it. Archie Kitching hangs on in front of Horton and Gornall, with Callum Voisin and Harry Reynolds in the top 5. 0.8 of a second covering the top 5 places, and what a clean fight it was. So Archie Kitching hanging on in there in front of Harley Horton from Sam Gornall, Callum Voisin and Harry Reynolds. Declan Russell in 6th from Tristan Rennie, Juan Waniki, Ryan Willis and Logan Parker in the top 10 from Jed Murphy. And then Lincoln Bailey Arneson 12th in front of Finn Smith, Alfie Davies, Luke Evans and Nicole Sutherland. The only 2 non-finishers for the race are, of course, Jacob Baldry and Lewis Hodgin, who retired early on. Really exciting racing. That is exactly what we came to see from Minimax. And now, of course, the next race up is going to be the first ever British Micromax final. What a race that's going to be.
There is no terrible way to win. There is only winning.
Let me drive. I will make a fool out of you.
Every one of us has to find a reason to do this. You do it because you're driven.
I was beginning to think I'd never be anything more than a piston-happy lead-foot punk. Then this starts to happen.
Somebody put it in your mind you gotta be perfect every time out or you're a failure. Well, forget that. Just forget it.
You ready to put away your toys and grow up? Are you ready to make more money in 1 year than your father made in his whole life? Are you ready to become a real race car driver?
When I won it was probably the last time I ever felt pure victory.
Because I'm quicker than all of you.
And if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a racing driver.
But hell, isn't that what we're in this for? To stare death in the face and to cheat it? Come on, there's nobility in that. It's like being knights.
No pressure, nobody breathing down my back, just driving because I left it pure.
A lot of people go through life doing things badly. Racing's important to men who do it well. When you're racing, it's life. Anything that happens before or after, it's just waiting.
I just hope when you do, that I'm there to see it.
Racing. That's the name of the game, isn't it? Win or lose, put up or shut up.
Fine. Then let's race.
Coming down to the light of day, we got many moons that are deep at play. So I keep an eye on the shadow smile to see what it has to say. You and I both know everything must go away. What do you say? Spinning out letters on my heart, it's like a bitter light and a touch of dark. You got sneak attack from the zodiac, but I see your eyes spark. And go by flow and go away. Or what do you say?
Hi, I'm Tom Ingram and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Jacques Villeneuve. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Bruno Senna. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Chris Hoy, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Landon Norris, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Well, it's going to be a really exciting end to the weekend for the Micromax competitors as they get ready for their first ever British final. This is going to be such a tight race with so much at stake for the youngsters here. Their first ever attempt at racing in Micromax. They were given a brilliant opportunity to come and race here this weekend. Free entry, free slicks and wets, a free engine for the top three drivers on the podium. And we've even heard that obviously the BNL boys are going to be giving them a free entry, the top three drivers, to their final round of the championship in 3 weeks' time at Karting Genk in Belgium, which is a fantastic prize worth over €300. So an absolutely fantastic opportunity for these youngsters. The green flag flies and they're going to go round. This, of course, is also a Rotax Grand Finals qualifier. So let's see who's going to get there. Taylor Origin, Ewan Charman at the front of the grid from Macaulay Bishop and Max Salarski. Ollie Wise and Connor Duncan from Henry Jocelyn and Kenneth Caudle. Then Hugh Moulton and Leo Purchase from Mason Bishop and Noah Wolf. Then Freddie Hull, Dalton Haywood, Scott Marsh, Colin Wasney and Dan Moore. So the drivers now getting themselves up to speed, warming up the tyres and brakes as they obviously get themselves ready for what promises to be a really ferocious race. Micromax has been exceptionally exciting to watch here at Forest Edge, so they will give us some amazing battles to talk about. But now the moment of truth is upon us and the drivers will be racing wheel to wheel for the last time this weekend in Micromax. The drivers come out of Winges and they are ready for racing. Taylor Origin, Ewan Charman at the front from Macaulay Bishop and Max Salarski. Then Ollie Wise and Connor Duncan from Henry Jocelyn and Kenneth Caudle. Hugh Moulton, Leo Purchase, Mason Bishop, Noah Wolf, Freddie Hull, Dalton Haywood. Then Scott Marsh, Colin Wasney and Dan Moore. The first ever British Micromax final is set to be incredibly exciting. And they all want to be on the top three steps of the podium after this one. Is it going to be a clean start straight away? You bet ya! Away we go. And it's a cracking away from Taylor Origin. He gets into the first corner first as Macaulay Bishop puts two wheels onto the grass, but the rest of the field gets through. And there's an incident further back. Somebody's had a spin. Can't quite make out who it is from this distance, but the rest of the field work their way through. A really exciting battle down to Winges for the first time, and it looks like a great move there from Macaulay Bishop up the inside. It's Mason Bishop, Macaulay's younger brother, who had the spin on the first lap. So now he's charging his way through to the bus stop. And as they come out of that right, left, right sequence, they will now head their way up to midgets on this first lap. And Taylor Orridge has got a brilliant opportunity here to lead out in front. Who's that in second place, having made a good start? That looks like Max Salarski, but he's going to lose out now as up the inside comes Connor Duncan. So Connor Duncan gets through into P2. Max Salarski in third position. Fourth place for Ewan Charman and fifth place for Macaulay Bishop. So some really exciting battles for the drivers. And here comes Ewan Charman, going to make the move on the inside of Max Salarski out of turn two. Lovely overtake there from Ewan Charman. So some really exciting battles. But now Max Salarski in fourth position has got pressure again from Macaulay Bishop this time. So the race is going to be absolutely nail-biting to the last as Taylor Orridge, heroics from these drivers as the racing continues. They come through, and in front still Taylor Orridge from Connor Duncan and Ewan Charman across the line. And it's going to be wheel to wheel as Macaulay Bishop goes racing with Max Salarski. Bishop holds his nerve on the inside line. He gets through, and in sixth position, that is Ollie Wise trying to make up a place or two. Leo Purchase there in seventh place, trying to bid his way up the order as well. And then the 46 comes next. That is Kenneth Caudle from Hugh Moulton and Freddie Hull. Noah Wolf, Henry Jocelyn, Colin Wasney from Marsh, Haywood, Amore and Mason Bishop. Into the bus stop. Brilliant racing. Great racecraft so far. And the racing is just going to continue to be as strong and as solid as it is from here on out. Some truly amazing racecraft at the front three. It's Orridge, Duncan and Charman. These three have been arguably the three fastest drivers in Micromax this weekend. And now they will battle for the top spot. So Taylor Orridge battling away with Connor Duncan and Ewan Charman as they race through. Macaulay Bishop up in a fourth position. Fifth and sixth are Max Salarski and Leo Purchase, and those two are going to have a terrific squabble. Up to the lead, Orridge is still trying to protect Connor Duncan, but Duncan's going to go for the move down into Winges, and he will get there, and Ewan Charman slots himself at a second place. Brilliant move. So Duncan into the lead, Charman into second, and in third place Taylor Orridge has now got to sit and wait for his next opportunity with Macaulay Bishop closing in. Next up, It is the battle between Leo Purchase and Max Solarski. Those two are battling for 5th position, with Purchase having got through past the Polish start. And then 7th is Ollie Wise in front of Hugh Moulton. Freddie Hull is 9th from Kenny Caldwell. So the top 4 are together. Macaulay Bishop having closed in on the leading trio. And a very protective Connor Duncan going after Ewan Charman into the first couple of corners of the race. Is there going to be enough of an opportunity here to protect his race line? Charman trying to protect in front of Connor Duncan. 3rd place for the 69 of Orange, then Macaulay Bishop in 4th place. 71 is in the mix, of course, there as well. That is Leo Purchase. Max Solarski trying to fend off 6th place from Ollie Wise. But Ollie Wise has got through already, and now Solarski's got problems of his own, trying to keep back Hugh Moulton, who is really starting to step up the attack for the BKC Racing squad. And there's a move up the inside line. That is Connor Duncan to the lead. Past Charman. Charman down to 3rd. Make that 4th. As through goes Orange. Through goes Macaulay Bishop into the top 3. So a sensational start to proceedings. And as they come through, no major concerns for the drivers up in the top 4. They are racing hard. Leo Purchase is there in 5th position as he battles away for supremacy out of the final couple of corners of the first sector, and then down the drop up towards Winges. Turn 5 in the right-hander. Back on the straight and narrow again. Up the climb. It's a bit of a crest to negotiate. But now Macaulay Bishop, having fought his way past Ewan Charman into 3rd place, has got to try and make up some of the deficit to Duncan and Taylor Orridge, who have started to stretch away. So Connor Duncan leading the race. Taylor Orridge in 2nd position in front of Bishop, Charman and Purchase. Oh, mistake from Max Solarski further back. That's going to give Ollie Wise a greater run. That's a real shame for Max Solarski. He's been very strong. And now up the inside, a big lunge from Freddie Hull. He gets through, and that's got him past Hugh Moulton. So Freddie Hull is now up into 8th position. A good bit of overtaking there, but Moulton's going to ignore his request to work with him, and he's going to dive back up the inside. So Moulton and Hull are now battling over 8th position, and they are swapping positions nearly every time they go near each other. So Connor Duncan still in front of Taylor Orridge, with Macaulay Bishop there in 3rd position. So they continue their squabble up front. Ewan Charman is still there in 4th place. He's not given up on the victory, and up the inside of him goes Leo Purchase. Purchase through into 4th place. So he takes the lead in that particular battle, but he's still not quite at the podium yet. Taylor Orridge trying to squeeze past Connor Duncan. Duncan defends to the inside line, and that's enough to hold the lead as they go into lap number 8. So Duncan in front of Orridge, Bishop, Purchase, Charman, Wise, Solarski, and then of course it is Moulton from Hull, Wajney and Jocelyn, Caudle, Marsh, Hayward, and then Wolf, Amor and Mason Bishop trying to come back. But out in front, Macaulay Bishop is really trying to gain ground on Connor Duncan and Taylor Orridge into the bus stop. He's caught them up. Is there a chance for Macaulay Bishop to go to the top step? He's going to try and make a lunge on the inside. Absolutely majestic opportunity on the inside of Orridge, and he's there. 2nd place for Macaulay Bishop. He's really got his sleeves rolled up. So Macaulay Bishop up the inside of Taylor Orridge and takes 2nd position. And now there's only one more man to pass, Connor Duncan. But Taylor Orridge will want to get back past Macaulay Bishop as soon as he possibly can. Leo Purchase is right in there in 4th place as well. He'll want to get onto the podium here this weekend. So they come out of the chicane, down the drop, up towards Winges, into the right-hander. And Macaulay Bishop has got great one-lap speed here. He is the leading IARMY cadet rookie in the 2019 campaign, but here in Micromax, his first weekend, his first time ever with the Micromax engine, and he is proving just how talented he is. He's up there battling with Connor Duncan for the victory in this race. So can he get through? Purchase was up to 2nd place momentarily, according to the timing screen in front of me. 4th position is now where he lies. But Bishop is there, battling away with Orridge behind him, and Purchase is in the mix there as well in 4th place. So a really exciting run for Connor Duncan in the lead. Bishop in 2nd place. Then it is Orridge from Purchase. Next up is the 56. That is Ollie Wise in front of Ewan Charman, down in 6th position now. So problems for Ewan Charman. He's not quite been able to keep up with the leading 5 at this phase of the race. But Bishop and Orridge have still got a bit of a task to close up on Connor Duncan up front. So there is a very long way to go still in this battle. 7 minutes and 19 still left on the clock. A great race this has been so far in Micromax. The first ever British Micromax final. And what a race it is turning out to be. Connor Duncan. In front of Macaulay Bishop, Taylor Orridge, Leo Purchase. And then in fifth, it is Ollie Wise from Ewan Sharman. Max Solarski is next up. He is battling away with Moulton, and Moulton is through. Hugh Moulton gets through into 7th place on Max Solarski. Freddie Hull makes the move, as does Henry Jocelyn on Colin Wasney. So the top 4 are very close together. And the battle's still raging up at the sharp end of the field. So far, so good for the leading 3. Connor Duncan in front of Taylor Orridge and Macaulay Bishop now. Macaulay Bishop is there in 2nd position, my apologies. Orridge there in 3rd, whoops. Goes a little bit wide. And here goes Bishop, making his lunge for the lead. And he gets there on Connor Duncan. Macaulay Bishop leads here at Forest Edge. But Connor Duncan's going to go straight back up the inside and retakes the lead. Brilliant from Duncan. So Bishop takes the lead, but a corner later, Connor Duncan gets it back. And now there is an absolute fierce squabble for the lead now. 5 carts, potentially 6 if Charman can stay with them. But it's Duncan, Bishop, Orridge, Purges and Wise. What a race this is now. Duncan defending and swarming around, trying to stop Bishop coming through. 3rd place for Orridge, 4th is Purchase, 5th is Wise, and then Ewan Sharman there in 6th place. Great battles further back as well, but the leading battle is hard to take your eyes away from. Macaulay Bishop will have another lunge, surely at Connor Duncan. Duncan defends to the inside line, moves to cover. Purchase goes up the inside of Orridge. Can he hold it? No. Bishop's going to try and get side by side with Duncan. Duncan holds him at bay. Terrific racing, and we've still got 5.5 minutes of this. Connor Duncan battling with Macaulay Bishop for the victory. Orridge in 3rd, Purchase is 4th, Wise is 5th and Ewan Sharman is 6th, then Solarski and Moulton, and then it is Jocelyn, Wasney, Hull, Marsh, Caudle, Wolf, Amore, Hayward and Bishop. So Macaulay Bishop trying to battle away with Taylor Orridge and Connor Duncan up front. He holds 2nd place as they go into Winches, back on the power, up the crest. Still a great battle in the offing here. Bishop just about hanging on in front of Orridge into the braking zone for the bus stop. That's given him a bit of a break. Duncan will want to defend the inside line. Can Bishop dive for it? Yes, he does, and he goes for the lead and takes it. Purchase gets into 3rd place, further back as well. So Purchase into 3rd. Now Bishop defending from Duncan, making him go the long way round. And Purchase may get a chance here on Connor Duncan. So Macaulay Bishop leads at the end of the lap after a brilliant bit of racecraft. Connor Duncan is given a warning. Meanwhile, he goes for the inside line and he gets back into the lead. Now Macaulay Bishop trying to go right round the outside to hold the line, but Duncan's got the lead back. 3rd place is now Leo Purchase, and Purchase is going to dive up the inside of Macaulay Bishop, but Bishop will not let him get through. So Duncan leads, Bishop, Purchase. Wise is up to 4th place now, past Orridge and Duncan. Orridge and Sharman, I should say, because it's Duncan who leads the race. Macaulay Bishop in 2nd place. Duncan defends. Purchase has got an opportunity here. Bishop will not let him get there. Duncan holding the inside line. He waves to Bishop. Come on, let's get away from these guys we're battling with. Not on your life, mate, says Macaulay Bishop. I want the victory. And with 4 minutes to go, they are pushing it. Duncan, Bishop, Purchase, side by side. Wise is going to try and hold off Orridge, but Orridge goes round the outside and takes 4th place away from Ollie Wise. Brilliant bit of racecraft from Orridge. Into 4th place he goes on the Tony Kart chassis, and now charging down the drop to Winges. Duncan still in front of Bishop and Purchase. And it looks as though we've had enough for the 46. That is Kenneth Caudle, the Trinidadian. Unfortunately, down the order now. A big problem for Ken. Hopefully he'll be back in 2020 to showcase what he can do in a full season campaign in the British Car Championships. So now we're going to see this battle up at the front once again as Connor Duncan again hustled by Macaulay Bishop and Leo Purchase. A great battle behind for 4th as Orridge hangs on in front of Ollie Wise and Ewan Sharman. Wise gets a little bit wide. Sharman might get an opportunity into turn 2. He dives for a look on the inside line, but he's not going to get there. He doesn't want to risk it too much at this point. It's 2 trios at the moment. Duncan, Bishop and Purchase, and then Orridge, Wise and Sharman. And then behind we've got Solarski battling with Moulton, and the 31 is in there, Colin Wasney battling with Henry Jocelyn. So some great racing. Every single position is up for grabs here. The dicing is absolutely magnetic now as Purchase gets in a 2nd. He gets past Macaulay Bishop. So Purchase into P2. Leo Purchase now is going to set off after Connor Duncan. But if he's wise, he'll let Macaulay Bishop work with him and they'll catch him twice as fast. So Leo Purchase in 2nd position now, trying to gain ground on the man up front, Connor Duncan. They both really want to win. So Leo Purchase is closing up on the number 12 of Connor Duncan. but Duncan still holds the lead. The Scotsman doing an amazing job here. So this is going to be a really exciting run. Salarski having a great battle further back as well with Moulton, Jocelyn and the 31 in there of Colin Wasney. So the two poles are in together. Macaulay Bishop still there with Leo Purchase. Connor Duncan is trying to escape and get away with 2 minutes to go. He's got a great chance of winning the first ever Micromax final in the United Kingdom. Down the short stretch into the right-hander. Before the end of this lap, the left-hand hairpin, very tight, very careful. They've got to be all the way through to the end of this race. But there might be a big lunge in the final bend, and we'll see an absolutely heroic end to the race here. Less than a minute and a half to go as they cross the line. And Connor Duncan goes into lap 18 in front of Purchase and Macaulay Bishop. Then it is Orridge, Wise, Charman. And we've got a great battle further back as Moulton is having a great dice with the 15 of Scott Marsh for the Dan Holland Racing team. And Marsh is going to have another crack up the inside, can't quite make it stick. So the leaders up front, still wrestling with the elements here. Very hot, very tough, very close and competitive, but the three leaders have broken clear of Taylor Orridge, Ollie Wise and Ewan Sharman. They are safe and sound in 4th, 5th and 6th for the moment, but they are in the box seat if anything should kick off up front. And we're about to go into the penultimate lap of the weekend for Micromax. Duncan, Purchase and Bishop dueling away for position into turn 2. A good run so far from Purchase to gain ground on Connor Duncan. He looks really hungry here into the left-hand square and then down the drop towards Winges. This is going to be it. Here we go. Connor Duncan knows that he's going to be on him. Purchase is going to defend to his line at the same time as attacking Duncan. He's got to defend Bishop. Bishop is going to be there. Connor Duncan defends to the inside of the bus stop. There's still time to make the move, and he knows it. Bishop is right there in 3rd position as well. They go up towards Midgets. Duncan holds the inside line. Purchase is going to be absolutely resolute to get through and diving for the inside line. Purchase is going to go right round the outside, and he's going to get the lead. Purchase leads on the penultimate lap. What a drive back from Leo Purchase into the last lap. And Leo Purchase for BKC Racing looks like he's going to get a brilliant victory, but there's still one lap to go. And Connor Duncan and Macaulay Bishop are not going to take this line down. Connor Duncan's going to go for Leo Purchase here. Purchase defending to the inside line. Duncan trying to get there, doing everything he can. Macaulay Bishop cuts through on the inside line and gets in a 2nd place. Now he's charging after Purchase, and Duncan loses out to Taylor Orridge on the run to the bus stop. So now it's going to be Bishop versus Purchase. Purchase in the lead, but Bishop is right there with him. Purchase defends the inside line. Here comes Macaulay Bishop. Orridge round the outside of Duncan, and cutting through comes Ollie Wise to 4th. Bishop's going to try up on the inside, and he leads with 2 corners to go. He's taken it into the final bend, and Macaulay Bishop wins it. Absolutely brilliant. What a race in Micromax. And Macaulay Bishop wins the race, and he's going through to the Rotax Grand Finals. What an amazing moment for Macaulay Bishop. Absolutely stunning race. The first ever Micromax British final is going to go down in history. What an amazing battle. Macaulay Bishop wins it from Leo Purchase and Ollie Wise. Taylor Orridge is 4th from Connor Duncan and Ewan Sharman. Colin Wasney in 7th from Max Salarski, Henry Jocelyn and Hugh Moulton. And then Freddie Hull, Scott Marsh, Dana Moore, Noah Wolfe, Dalton Hayward and Mason Bishop, with only Kenneth Cordell retiring after his mechanical problems. But what a race. And Macaulay Bishop will not only get an invite to the B&L finals, as will Leo Purchase and Ollie Wise, but also to the Rotax Grand Final goes Macaulay Bishop. Absolutely amazing. Next up, it's going to be an absolutely spellbinding race next up, and that is going to be the first final for Junior Rotax. What an absolute stormer.
There is no terrible way to win. There is only winning.
Let me drive. I will make a fool out of you.
Every one of us has to find a reason to do this. You do it because you're driven.
I was beginning to think I'd never be anything more than a piston-happy lead-foot punk. Then this starts to happen.
Somebody put it in your mind you gotta be perfect every time out or you're a failure. Well, forget that. Just forget it.
You ready to put away your toys and grow up? Are you ready to make more money in 1 year than your father made in his whole life? Are you ready to become a real race car driver?
When I won it was probably the last time I ever felt pure victory.
Because I'm quicker than all of you.
And if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a racing driver.
But hell, isn't that what we're in this for? To stare death in the face and to cheat it? Come on, there's nobility in that. It's like being knights.
No pressure, nobody breathing down my back, just driving because I left it pure.
A lot of people go through life doing things badly. Racing's important to men who do it well. When you're racing, it's life. Anything that happens before or after, it's just waiting.
I just hope when you do, that I'm there to see it.
Racing. That's the name of the game, isn't it? Win or lose, put up or shut up.
Fine. Then let's race.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingram and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Jacques Villeneuve. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Bruno Senna. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Chris Hoy, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Landon Norris, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
You're listening to Race Day Live on Downforce UK, brought to you by Clapham North MOT, Motorsport Days Live, Stopwatch Hospitality, and Trade Price Cars.
Well, what a final it was in Micromax, and an absolutely heroic end. A brilliant battle and a very clean one between our drivers as they raced hard but raced fair, and they will now soak up the spoils. They're going around the Forest Edge circuit on our parade car here, and it's going to be a wonderful result for all three drivers. They will all win a free engine for the 2020 campaign, which is amazing news for them. They will also get invitations and free entries to the final round of BNL at Karting Genk in Belgium in 3 weeks' time. But the winner, Macaulay Bishop, has also managed to get himself a run to the Rotax Grand Final. How about that? That is absolutely amazing. And a wonderful performance from our winner on the top step of the podium. And it's going to be great to see these guys run around the circuit in fine style with the Union flag in the hand of Macaulay Bishop as well. So they will do their driver parade while we're waiting for the Junior Rotax first final to be gridded up. And it's a nice moment of victory and celebration for our drivers here at Forest Edge. The end of the 2019 season and the guest class this weekend, Micromax, finishing with a brilliant result. And I think that's the right result as well. We saw some terrific racing. It was very tough. It was very close. But the great thing is that there was absolutely brilliant racecraft all the way through that Micromax battle, and they all kept it clean and tidy. Some terrific overtakes from pretty much everybody in the top six at the end. But we're going to get our three drivers going around now, so a round of applause please for our top three drivers in Micromax this weekend. To Ollie Wise in third, to Leo Purchase in second, and your race winner, the first one ever in Micromax, Macaulay Bishop. Round of applause from our fans here. And they go around on the 4A Motor Group parade car. The Union flag held aloft by our top three drivers there. Macaulay Bishop, Leo Purchase and Ollie Wise. A very heroic end to the weekend and a very heroic end to the season for them. Macaulay Bishop isn't done yet for the year, of course. He will return here in 2 weeks' time to the British Kart Championships, not here at Forest Edge, but over to Wilton Mill as his IAMI season concludes. But as a free weekend for these guys in Micromax, they had free entries, free oil, free wets and slick tyres, free engine hire, and then of course they get free t-shirts as well for driver and mechanics. And then the top three drivers here get free entries to the BNL season finale in Karting Genk. And of course, for our winner at the top, Macaulay Bishop, gets a pass through to the Rotax Grand Final. What an amazing opportunity. He will be off to Sarno. And what an amazing weekend he's going to have. I was at that circuit a little earlier in the year, and he's going to have an absolute blast. Here your drivers come once again as they come down the start-finish straight, the Micromax top three. Applause from our marshals and officials here on the start-finish straight. The checkered flag waves for them across the line again. What a lovely sight. And Macaulay Bishop takes the victory in front of Leo Purchase, and in third place Ollie Wise. What a lovely moment as he holds the Union flag aloft there. And a brilliant end to the season. Sometimes life can give you a really, really sweet weekend. All three of those drivers are going to remember this one for a long, long time as they make history as the first top three drivers in the Micromax journey in the United Kingdom. Not a bad run at all. We'll have the podium ceremony from them later on, of course, but a very nice end to the season in the Rotax weekend as the Micromax class makes its debut. And the racing has been truly tremendous. Both finals were absolutely nail-biting to the last, and we had an absolutely amazing race in both the pre-final earlier on at the top of the day, and then of course the Micromax final. They've waited a while for it, but boy was it worth the wait. We saw some amazing racing. Macaulay Bishop taking the victory then in front of Leo Purchase and Ollie Wise. with Taylor Orridge in 4th position, Connor Duncan in 5th place, and Ewan Charman coming home in 6th. Then it's the 2 Polish privateers, Colin Wasny and Max Solarski, and then Henry Jocelyn and Hugh Moulton from Freddie Hull, Scott Marsh, Dan Amore with the Red Bull colour scheme, Noah Wolf for DSM Sport, and then Dalton Hayward, and of course Mason Bishop, the last man home after Kenny Caudle had to sadly retire from the race. Now then, the first final of the weekend this is for Junior Rotax after the delay in the schedule earlier on, so they will take one step closer to the title bout. And then of course after this race we really get into the business end of the day, the finals of each class for the 2019 season. So Junior Rotax will be a good warm-up. The points leader coming into this one, Kai Hunter, will not take up the start, and barring any massive dramatic controversy, will still claim the title. He has not made it through to the final, but he couldn't care less. He is actually a spectator on the sidelines watching, and it'll be the best race he's ever seen in his life, because he'll know that at the end of it he will be able to claim himself as the British Junior Rotax champion. However, the battles in behind him are going to be incredibly close, especially for 4th place. Taylor Babs and Harrison Collins, as well as Harry Newman-Oakley and Ryan Taylor-Truman and Matthew Higgins, all covered by a handful of points. So this final race of the season is going to be a tough one for them. Taylor Adams just looking to secure 2nd in the driver's standings, and Will Ellswood hoping to complete 3rd place, but he needs to stay in front of the likes of Babs, Collins and Newman-Oakley in order to make that happen. On the starting grid, it's going to be Ryan Taylor-Truman who lines up on pole position after, I have to say, an exemplary weekend so far. He really has brought it out of the bag and been up at the front end on merit. He's done a fantastic job this weekend, and Ryan Taylor-Truman thoroughly deserving of his pole position. Alongside him, though, James Crossley has been absolutely meteoric, and he's been, for me, the star of the meeting. He really has put on an excellent show, and to see him there on the front row of the grid, very well deserved. 3rd position for Tiernan Rourke and Will Jenkins for KR Sport, both drivers ever improving and making a massive move forward in terms of their development. We may well see those two battling for the title in 2020. And then, of course, Taylor Babs and Will Ellswood, who are trying to seal their top 6 positions in the final reckoning. So it's going to be a really exciting one from their points of view, as they want to end the year on a solid note, and they will obviously be battling right the way to the finish. So as those drivers battle away for supremacy, it's going to be a really interesting battle for each of the competitors as they duke away for supremacy. If you are listening along via Downforce Radio, wherever you may be around the world, then do please send us a message, tell us who you're rooting for, and we will make sure that that message gets broadcast over the airwaves. Hello to you wherever you are listening from. We've had listeners to the British Kart Championship from all over the world this season, from North and South America, from Australia, from Asia, from the Middle East, and from Africa, and even from all 4 corners of Europe. So hello to each of you wherever it is that you are listening from. So it's great to have your company, and hopefully we will do it all again for more motorsport on Downforce Radio in 2020. So plenty of great competition for our racers here at Forest Edge Kart Club in Junior Rotax. This is the last race before the season finale, and obviously this race is for championship points, so everybody will want to score as much as they possibly can in this penultimate race of the season for Junior Rotax. And then we will have the 4 biggest races of the weekend, the second finals across Rotax Max, the Senior Max category, 177, Mini Max and Junior Rotax, which will curtail an amazing first season with the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship under its new promotion, and what an amazing season it has been. We've seen lots of great racecraft, particularly in the Rotax categories here. Trials, tribulations, great seasons of development, great teamwork, great camaraderie and an amazing atmosphere, which has all spilled over into an amazing first weekend in the championship for Forest Edge, a great venue. And I have to say, I'm hoping that this is going to be a long relationship with the British Kart Championship. It really has been a wonderful addition to the calendar, and the racing, it really has been spectacular as a result. Great to see so many people giving of their best, and the overtaking opportunities around this fast and flowing 1,000-metre dash really has been wonderful to observe. So the competitors are getting themselves ready for Junior Rotax, and it's a very competitive grid. Tom Adams will actually be starting outside the top 6 for this one, as he lines up 10th on the grid, just a whisker in front of Machi Himera and Chris Simpson. So there's great battles in the midfield as well as there is towards the front. The top 6, as we've mentioned, Ryan Taylor-Truman and James Crossley from Tiernan Rourke and Will Jenkins, Taylor Babs and Will Ellswood, and then Jack Steadman, Kieran Kay, Harrison Collins and Tom Adams rounding out the top 10. And looking through this field of drivers, I can literally count a dozen of them who could win this final, and at least 2 dozen of them who could be on the podium. It really is that close in Junior Rotax. Just to answer the questions from earlier as to who made it through into the final 6, well, it's Spencer Shinner from CJ Morgan and Josh Poulain. And then, incredibly, it's Brandon Klein, Nagelvoort, Oscar Hull and Dylan Wass-Jackson who all make it through to the final. So that compromises the other 2 drivers who were battling earlier on. They are not going to make it through to the final race of the season. So a very exciting battle that we saw earlier on. And now the race will continue for those 3. So the race is going to be very tight. It's going to be very close, as we know. 15 minutes back on the clock. It's a long final in the British Kart Championships. The drivers love it. They love the challenge and test of it. Green flags fly at the end of the pit lane, and it's time to go racing once again. So the air temperature is pretty high. The circuit temperature is even higher, and it's an incredibly busy start to racing as the drivers are going to get themselves underway pretty sharpish around the circuit. They do 2 half laps of the circuit for a formation lap, and then Junior Rotax gets underway for the penultimate time this season. Obviously, drop scores are only taken into account once the 12th and final race of the season is completed, so we will see how it all went around the circuit. The drivers are going to put themselves into position for the penultimate time, and then hopefully we will get a really exciting start. And it looks as though we've got a bit of an issue on the rolling lap. One of the persistence drivers shaking his hands. That is Will Ellswood, I think, having some problems early doors. But we're now gridding up. Ryan Taylor-Truman and James Crossley from Tiernan Rourke and Will Jenkins, Taylor Babs and Will Ellswood from Jack Steadman and Kieran Kay, Harrison Collins and Tom Adams in the top 10, then Hemera, Simpson, Morris, Meakin, Barthorpe and Hurd, with plenty of other drivers fighting to make themselves back up the order. Jake Sanson here from the starting grid position, lights are on, they're out and we're racing at Forest Edge. Through to the first corner, great start from Ryan Taylor-Truman, onto the grass a little bit there, one of the drivers on the inside line, and it's wheel to wheel through the second corner, a little change in momentum, and a few drivers trying to make an overtake or 2 on the first lap. So far so good though out in front for Ryan Taylor-Truman. He leads in the early stages, and the Coles Racing driver is just starting to get his legs stretched here in through the bus stop, and already a really tight battle as James Crossley manages to hold on to his second place spot. Drivers getting through the bus stop, trying to keep it nice and tidy. Somebody off onto the grass at the back end of the field and drops right down to the rear, but James Crossley is having a great scrap already with a 52 of Tiernan Rourke, as the top 3 on the grid remain in the top 3 positions through the first lap. And then we've got Will Jenkins battling away with Will Ellswood, who tries to get up on the inside line, has not been able to make it through. So Will Ellswood battling away, a couple of drivers running wide through the first couple of corners of the new lap. But it's a really exciting tussle. Looks to me like Kieran Kay had a bit of a scrappy first lap, but hopefully he's going to make it back into position fairly soon. At the bus stop, drivers still picking off a position or 2 as they can try and make up ground. But out in front, no problems at all for Ryan Taylor-Truman. He leads at a very crucial time in his season. He needs to get some good points on the board. But so far so good as Will Ellswood dives up the inside in the final corner and takes the 30 of Will Jenkins, and Tom Adams gets through as well. What a fight back this is for Adams. He's now in 5th position. So an absolutely incredible fight back for Tom Adams, who now finds himself P5. And that's a big lunge up the inside for one of the Dan Holland Racing drivers further back. That looks like Harrison Collins making the move on Taylor Babs. And I think he has made his way through. Babs is trying to get back on the inside in the bus stop, was not able to get the move done. And Kieran Kay and Jack Steadman are close in behind as well. So they've got to be careful through those next couple of apexes that they don't lose more ground. But so far so good for Ryan Taylor-Truman. And then the battle for second is Crossley and Rourke. 4th position for Ellswood. After his fight back, Taylor Adams is all over the back of him, and then in the 30 is next up. That is Jenkins in front of Collins, Babs, Steadman, Kay and Chris Simpson now behind Miles Barthorpe, in fact. So Barthorpe, who was a star in Minimax last year, now in Junior Max this year, of course, wants to end his season with a strong result, heading into 2020 with a chance to fight for the title himself. But through they come, and it's going to be a really epic contest up at the sharp end of this field. Taylor Truman may have a lead, but I don't think it's going to be a dominant one for long, because we've got the two drivers further back, Crossley and Rourke, stepping up the attack to try and close up. And then we've got Ellswood and Adams in 4th and 5th place. Up the inside, that's a lovely bid from the 62 of Jack Steadman. He gets through and passes Taylor Babs to leave him in the clutches of Kieran Kay. So Kieran Kay is trying to make a switch through to get up on the inside. And he's still working his magic to try and move further forward. But it's a very tight battle at the present moment. Fastest lap of the race is from Will Ellswood. He is the current race leader as he continues to battle his way further forward around the circuit. But as the drivers continue to tussle, Ellswood is now dropping Taylor Adams and going after the man in 3rd place. That, of course, is Tiernan Rourke for the Team Clay Racing team. So he continues to charge forward. Now he's going to get up the inside in the final hairpin and gets into 3rd place. Lovely move from Ellswood, and Adams is going to get through as well. Adams are in a 4th place. So Tiernan Rourke, unfortunately, plummets from 3rd to 5th. So Ellswood up to 3rd, Adams up to 4th, and then Rourke is 5th in front of the 30. And of course is William Jenkins in front of Harrison Collins. So the racing is still pretty close as the drivers battle away, and we've had an off, unfortunately. We have a retirement under one of the trees in the middle of the circuit. That is Harry Gibson on the Luxor for Aztec Motorsport. So Harry Gibson is out of the race. That's a real shame. They've had a real struggle this season, Aztec Motorsport. Their Luxor chassis definitely developing, but unfortunately for Gibson, it is game over in the first final. So Taylor Truman out there in front of Crossley and Ellswood now. Ellswood is in 3rd place, as we know. Adams up to 4th. So there is a bit of a tussle going on further back for 5th and for 7th, because we've got Rourke and Jenkins, and then we've got Harrison Collins and Jack Steadman. Two solid battles. And there's plenty more further back outside the top 10. We've got some great wheel-to-wheel racecraft going on. And a mechanical flag has come out. That is for the 70 of Daniel Yates. So Yates in 12th is unfortunately going to have to pit in to repair whatever damage he's got. And that means he's going to be out of luck. Meanwhile, Kieran Kay is having an amazing squabble with Tiernan Rourke, and they are still jockeying for position. But into the final bend, that's a move up the inside for Chris Simpson on Daniel Yates, and Yates suddenly, we'll see, he's got a problem with the car. The rear bumper is dragging off the car, and he's going to pull into the pits of the tyre. What a shame for Yates. Well, he suddenly realises that the bumper is broken, and he's going to bring it straight into the pits to retire. What a shame. So, Ryan Taylor Truman continues to hold station at the lead of the race. 2nd position for James Crossley. But Ellswood is closing in pretty rapidly, so it might not be too long before Crossley sees a very large Persistence Motorsport card in front of him. So Ellswood is going to try and make his manoeuvre. Adams is there in 4th place, waiting in the wings as well. And knowing Tom Adams, all it's going to take is a little gap, and he is going to make the move to get through. So for the moment, if it stays like this, it will be Kai Hunter who leads the Virtual Championship at the present moment on 6.57. And then Tom Adams is 2nd at the present moment in front of Will Ellswood and Taylor Babs. Then Ryan Taylor Truman in the point standings. This is Kai Hunter, of course, is watching from the sidelines, loving every minute of it. So now it's going to be Ryan Taylor Truman leading the race. James Crossley in 2nd and Will Ellswood in 3rd from Tom Adams. And then Tiernan Rourke and Will Jenkins. So Jack Steadman in 7th place from Collins. Then Taylor Babs and Kieran Kay. A really great battle further back between Simpson and Barthorpe as well. They're having a good scrap over 11th place. And then it's Meakin, Casey, Hurd, Watts, Hamera, Lawrenson, Walker, Matthews, Edmondson, Cresswell, CJ Morgan going well, making up 7 places so far. In front of Charlie Knight and Spencer Shinner. Then Owen Allison, Josh Brillane, Oscar Hoole, Will Egby, Jordan Morris, Brandon Klein Nagelvort and Dylan West Jackson, with only Yates and Gibson out of the race so far. And we're getting towards the halfway stage. 8 minutes remaining, 7 minutes done. So Ryan Taylor Truman is leading comfortably as he goes into lap 11. And Ellswood in 2nd place from Tom Adams now. Tiernan Rourke is back in the 4th place from Will Jenkins. James Crossley down to 6th. And Jack Steadman in 7th in front of Collins, Babs, Kay and Simpson. Barthorpe is 12th from Meakin, Casey and Watts. So we're going to see a really intense squabble from these drivers as they come up towards the bus stop once again. Taylor Truman is just stretching out the advantage here. He doesn't really need to break a sweat. 1.6 is the current gap. And in terms of his pace compared to that of Ellswood, Ellswood is slowly catching him. But when I say slowly, we are talking hundredths of a second, not tenths. So it could still be very much a Will Ellswood race here. Although Taylor Truman does set a personal best sector in the third split to get away from Ellswood once again. And the gap between them is 1.7. That is going to be a very tough gap indeed for Ryan Taylor Truman to lose at this phase of the race with 7 minutes remaining and 8 gone. So Ellswood second, Adams third, then Rourke, Jenkins, Crossley, Stedman, Collins, Babs, Kay and Simpson. Barthorpe, Casely, Meakin and Watts, and then Hurd, Lawrenson, Hamera, Walker, Matthews in the top 20. But second place down to Taylor Babs, I think it is, the 29. Oh no, all the way back to Kieran Kay, in fact, in 10th position. Only covered by a little over 3 seconds, really. A little under 3 seconds, in fact. So still very close between those 9 drivers. And all of them will feel they have a claim to the podium. So none of them will be giving up anytime soon. They will all be pushing hard, trying to move further up the order in the hope that there's going to be a really sensational run for them come the end of racing. But Ryan Taylor Truman in front of Will Ellswood, doing an absolutely fine job for the time being and running a really exciting race at this point. So hopefully it's just going to continue to be that way to the bitter end. Well, the racing is going to be very tight, and the competitors have obviously got to work their magic all the way through to the finish line of this race. So it's never easy in these situations, it's never easy in these circumstances, but drivers know what they need to do to keep going towards the end of the race. Looks like somebody's made a bit of an error there, coming through the first couple of hairpins. That is the 24 losing ground. That is Miles Barthorpe in his battle for the lower end of the top 10 places. Was battling for 13th, looks to have lost about 3 or 4 places there by drifting wide. And so Barthorpe is going to need to make a bit of a comeback now. I'd say he's down to about 16th place with that. So Ryan Taylor Truman continues on his way in the lead of the race. A great run. Across the line comes Will Ellswood, and the gap between them is 1.77. It's increasing, not decreasing. So try as he might, Will Ellswood just can't keep up with Ryan Taylor Truman at the moment. Tom Adams there in third, and then it is Tiernan Rourke from Will Jenkins, Jack Stedman, Harrison Collins and Taylor Babs. Got Kieran Kay, Chris Simpson and Ben Casely. And then we have Jensen Watts in front of Reese Hurd, Hugh Lawrenson and Miles Barthorpe. Jack Meakin is next from Machi Hamera, Will Walker and then Mackenzie Cresswell. CJ Morgan and Charlie Knight going through there as well. From Spencer Shinner, Max Edmondson and Owen Allison. And we're settling into a nice rhythm at the front end of the field. Nobody's really able to make a big lunge up the order. But for Ryan Taylor Truman in particular, this is a very exciting run. And they're going full guns blazing at the present moment. Will Ellswood in second from Adams, Rourke, Jenkins, Stedman, Collins and Babs. And then Kieran Kay in ninth from Simpson, Jensen Watts. Ben Casely in front of Jensen Watts. He's just made the move through. But no matter what Will Ellswood can throw at Ryan Taylor Truman, at the moment, it is the Coles Racing driver who is just maintaining the battle up front. He's not really under massive pressure. He's just keeping things running very smoothly up at the front end of the field. Ellswood, however, is falling into the clutches of Tom Adams. The gap has gone up to nearly 2 seconds between Ellswood and the race leader. As 52, Tiernan Rourke is now defending from Will Jenkins. So we've got Ellswood versus Adams for second, and we've got Rourke versus Jenkins for fourth. And we've got some great battles in the midfield still as they continue to charge away around the circuit. Still some great racecraft. And never before has this been a tenser fight for Ryan Taylor Truman up front. He may be leading and stretching away a couple of hundredths of a second per lap, but it's been a while since he's been the dominant force, and this will be a very satisfying moment for him if he can finish the job. He's out in front, looking good. Warning flag for the 30. That is Will Jenkins. So what's happened to Will Jenkins? He's actually fallen now into the clutches of Harrison Collins, as Jack Stedman has gone up into 5th position. So now Collins is going to get through on Jenkins. He gets through, up through the pit bend, and that's put Collins into 6th place, Jenkins down to 7th. So I'm guessing there must have been an incident between Jenkins and Rourke, because now Stedman is all over the back of Tiernan Rourke, and unfortunately for him, Collins has got past Jenkins. But it's not done yet there either, because we've got Taylor Babs and Kieran Kay next up in the mix. And it looks as though we've had a retirement for James Crossley. Now, I didn't see what happened there to James. I'm trying to see if he's pulled off the circuit somewhere particularly obvious, but I can't see James Crossley's card, so he must have had a mechanical problem and pulled off, maybe up towards the pit lane. There is one blind spot that I can take note of, and that of course is heading towards the corner at Midgets, but I didn't see any yellow flags out there, so I think it is a case of James Crossley's brilliant weekend having a premature hiccup now after a mechanical failure, we think, although it's not ready to be confirmed at this moment. So Ryan Taylor-Truman out in the lead from Ellswood and Adams, and they are battling over second place. Up to fourth now has come Harrison Collins. He has absolutely made mincemeat of the drivers around him. He's got past Jack Stedman and Tiernan Rourke. And Tiernan Rourke and Stedman have now dropped down in the clutches of Kieran Kay. So they've had a similar incident. But so far so good for Ryan Taylor-Truman. Again, he holds the lead, and deservedly so. He has been the class act in Junior Rotax so far this weekend. Sadly, James Crossley's not going to get to show the pace he saw earlier on from the heats. But there's great racing as the two Coles teammates go wheel to wheel further back. That is the 58 of Ed Matthews scrapping away with Josh Poulain. So they will continue to work their way through. Into the first corner go Ellswood and Adams, still scrapping over second place. It's stalemate at the moment between those two. Collins and the 30 of Will Jenkins, they're in second and third in the next battle in. They are fourth and fifth, in fact, not second and third, my apologies. Now, this is an interesting one tactically, potentially, for the man in third place, Tom Adams, because he may well decide to sit there in third position and allow Will Ellswood to grab second. Yes, he'll lose some points to him, but it's unlikely at the moment that he's going to have a big problem in terms of Ellswood catching him up. On drop scores, Adams is still going to finish ahead, but what it does mean is even though Ellswood will beat him in the first final, Adams will get third on the grid for the second, and traditionally that stands you in good stead at the start for the final, so it may work out in his favour to start ahead of Ellswood, as they continue to squabble. So Will Jenkins is now to fourth place. He's made the move on Harrison Collins. Clearly he's had some handy hints from his very successful family. Jenkins, of course, Dave Jenkins, the double British truck champion, and now here Will Jenkins fighting for supremacy in the British Car Championship here in Junior Rotax. But Ryan Taylor-Truman goes into the last lap. What a dominance it's been for him. He is still leading by about 1.8 seconds to Ellswood and Adams. And in fourth place, it is still Jenkins just about hanging on in front of Harrison Collins. But now the scrap between them all is really kicking off. Collins is there in fifth position all over the back of Will Jenkins trying to get through. And Tiernan Rourke is there in sixth place. The 29, Taylor Babs, then it's Tiernan Rourke. Jack Stedman is still in there from Kieran Kay. And then it is Chris Simpson. So the battle is going to go right down to the wire for fourth place. But out in front, it's going to be Ryan Taylor-Truman. What a dominant race it's been for him. The class of the field in Junior Rotax. Ryan Taylor-Truman gets the victory. Second place for Will Ellswood in front of Tom Adams. And what about this fight for fourth? Jenkins is just going to hang on to it in front of Harrison Collins. And then in sixth place, it is Taylor Babs from Rourke, Stedman, Kay and Simpson. An amazing battle. Ben Casey and Jensen Watts moving up through the order. Ben Casey having a problem on the last lap by the look of it. Where is Ben Casey? He's finally going to come through in 11th place. He gets there in front of Reese Hurd and Hugh Lawrenson. Problems for Jensen Watts though. Jensen Watts does not appear to have come through on the last lap. So what's happened to Jensen Watts? Has he had a problem? Or has he got an issue with his transponder? That's what it is. So Casey and Watts both going through in 11th and 12th. Hurd is 13th from Lawrenson, then Will Walker and Mars Barthorpe, then Jack Meakin and Machi Hamera from CJ Morgan and Spencer Shinner, who come back from the repechage to get into the top 20 on the grid for the last final later. Then it's Mackenzie Cresswell, Charlie Knight and Max Edmondson from Will Egby and Edward Matthews, Josh Poulain, Jordan Morris, Owen Allison and Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. And then it's Oscar Houle from Dylan West Jackson. The three retirees are James Crossley, Daniel Yates and Harry Gibson. So big problems for those three. They will fight back in the last race of the year for definite. But the next races are going to be the ones that will crown champions. And it's going to be a really exciting battle as we get ready for the next race on the bill. and it's Minimax Final 2 as they fight for the last time this year for the British Rotax Minimax Championship.
There is no terrible way to win. There is only winning.
Let me drive. I won't make a fool out of you.
Every one of us has to find a reason to do this. You do it because you're driven.
I was beginning to think I'd never be anything more than a piston-happy lead-foot punk. Then this starts to happen.
Somebody put it in your mind you gotta be perfect every time out or you're a failure. Well, forget that. Just forget it.
You ready to put away your toys and grow up? Are you ready to make more money in 1 year than your father made in his whole life? Are you ready to become a real race car driver?
When I won it was probably the last time I ever felt pure victory.
Because I'm quicker than all of you.
And if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a racing driver.
Oh, hell, isn't that what we're in this for? To stare death in the face and to cheat it? Come on, there's nobility in that. It's like being knights.
No pressure, nobody breathing down my back, just driving because I left it pure.
A lot of people go through life doing things badly. Racing's important to men who do it well. When you're racing, it's life. Anything that happens before or after, it's just waiting.
I just hope when you do, that I'm there to see it.
Racing. That's the name of the game, isn't it? Win or lose, put up or shut up.
Fine. Then let's race.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingram and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Jacques Villeneuve. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Bruno Senna. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Chris Hoy, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Landon Norris, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Wind is picking up a little bit for these last 4 races of the season in Rotax. What a battle it is going to be. Archie Kitching versus Harley Horton on the front row of the grid, and of course for the Minimax British title. It's been very close between them. Sam Gornall's not out of it either. In 3rd position, he still has a card to play here. Callum Voisin wanting to finish his season on a high. And then Harry Reynolds in 5th position on the grid. The first 5 karts, all for the Coles Racing team. It's a fairy tale as far as their awning is concerned. However, the racing is still to come. Declan Russell will line up 6th on the grid, the privateer. And then it will be Tristan Rennie and Juan Waniki who will line up on the 4th row of the grid. Ryan Willis and Logan Parker to round out the top 10. And then Jed Murphy, Lincoln Bailey Arneson, Finn Smith, Alfie Davies, Luke Evans, Nicole Sutherland, Jacob Baldry and Lewis Hodgin. We are now literally just waiting for the recovery crews to bring in Harry Gibson from the previous Junior Rotax final. And once he has been brought in, we are racing in the Minimax final. The televised final, filmed of course by Tunafish Media. You'll be able to watch those highlights later on in the week for all 5 of the classes running today. But now it is time for the moment of truth. It's been a long build-up since the first round at PF International, but now we go to the showdown of the season for Minimax. This one race will decide the British champion. A very tough race, a very tough battle. Plenty of exciting competitors will want to be on the top of the dais at the end of it all. And it's been a long build-up. 1,000 metres of this Forest Edge circuit. The green flag flies. For the last time this year, it's Minimax in the Motorsport UK British Car Championship. So the drivers head out onto the circuit, and it's going to be a very exciting finale here in the Rotax paddock. We've had some amazing battles and some amazing tussles. Now it's time to figure out which of our drivers is going to come through as the British kart champion in Minimax. Drop scores will be taken into account on our virtual championship board for the first time. Archie Kitching, the O plate, does not appear to be there. Archie Kitching is not there. Where is Archie Kitching? So the man who should be starting from pole position, I don't see Archie Kitching. Big drama heading into this final as Archie Kitching, the O plate, is missing from the front row of the grid. Now this is all going to come down to whether Harley Horton, who is going to be alone on the front row of the grid, is going to fight his way further forward. But for the rest of the grid, it's Gornall, Voisin, Reynolds and Russell, then Tristan Rennie and Juan Waniki, Ryan Willis and Logan Parker. Jake Sanson with you for the last race of the year in British Minimax. Here we go! Gornall's going to try and make the move to Harley Horton to the first corner. They're both going to eke each other out into that first apex, and it is going to be Horton who holds the lead from Gornall. So they make their way through. Some good tussles in the early doors. A couple of drivers trying to make an overtaking bid. Sam Gornall going into the lead in 2 Winges, and he makes the move on the inside line. Watch out for Callum Voisin. He's now going to try and get through on Horton, and here comes Declan Russell. He's going to get through into the bus stop. Brilliant racing, but for Horton, he's down to 4th position. But from his point of view, Archie Kitching is off to the sidelines doing nothing. Devastating for Archie Kitching, but the race continues on without him. Sam Gornall is your leader, Callum Voisin in second, Declan Russell in third position, Harley Horton in fourth. So now, I guess it all comes down to whether or not is that Archie Kitching just being conservative and allowing the race to carry on without him, maybe. Potentially, he's obviously decided that discretion the better part of valour. Maybe he's done enough, so he just wants to sit out and let it all play out around him. So Archie Kitching does not start the race, nor does Lewis Hodgin, by the way. But the race up front is an interesting battle. Sam Gornall from Callum Voisin, Declan Russell and Harley Horton from Harry Reynolds and Ryan Willis, then Jed Murphy and Juan Waniki, Tristan Rennie and Logan Parker, then Bailey Arneson, Sutherland, Davies, Evans, Smith and Baldry. If it finishes like this, Gornall is going to be third to Harley Horton, so he could really use Horton having a few more problems. Horton is down in fifth at the present moment, and that is going to put Horton just 1 point ahead of Sam Gornall on drop scores. But Sam Gornall really wants to win this race. That's his best chance of taking second in the championship standings. But Archie Kitching has, for the moment at least, sealed the victory up front, hence why he has chosen not to start the race. Reports coming through that as far as the drop scores are concerned, he has now done enough. So apologies for me getting a little bit overexcited there, but clearly that was a safety strategy from Archie Kitching, an insurance policy rather than a problem. So here is the leader, Sam Gornall in front of Callum Voisin, Russell, Reynolds, Horton, Willis, Murphy, Rennie and Parker. So the battle rages up front, and it's going to be a really exciting battle to the death for Sam Gornall. He wants to take on and beat Harley Horton, who could really use a bit of a break here. He's got the number 77 in front of him now. That is Harry Reynolds. And the 20 of Harley Horton will be wanting very much so to make an impression on this one, to cement second place in the driver's standings. That's the real fight we're watching now. Sam Gornall losing the lead, as into the lead goes Callum Voisin. Callum Voisin leads him, but here comes Gornall back up the inside to retake the lead, and they both drift out wide. Reynolds has got through past Russell, and now he's coming in. Ryan Willis trying to move up the order, and he taps the back of the 20 of Harley Horton, and now he's going to lose the place as up the inside comes the 69 of Jed Murphy. Jed Murphy through into sixth position then. So some exciting battles all the way through this weekend, but Sam Gornall and Callum Voisin start their tussle as they race for position. And now Gornall desperately trying to protect in front of Callum Voisin. Into the bus stop. And Gornall is still there. Voisin in second. Third is Reynolds. Fourth is Russell. It was Russell, my apologies. Now it is no more because Horton has got himself back into fourth position. In fact, as they come through, I wouldn't be surprised if that was him in third now. It's not quite. He is in fourth place still behind Reynolds. So it's 1, 2, 3 and 4. Gornall, Voisin, Reynolds and Horton. Fifth position is Declan Russell. And then it's Murphy from Willis, Parker, Rennie, Bailey Arneson and Waniki. So they drop down towards Winges, and so far it is still a lead of the race for the 8 of Sam Gornall. He has fought back beautifully in these last couple of races of the season. To be leading at this critical stage is a very important place to be, as Harley Horton makes the move on Harry Reynolds, and that gets him into third place. So that's definitely going to help out his bid to be second in the driver's standings, as there's an off further back in the pack. That is Luke Evans going off the road there. He rejoins, but that's definitely cost him some time. Meanwhile, the leaders are still scrapping. Gornall and Voisin. Harley Horton into third place, and he's left Reynolds in the clutches of the drivers behind, as Murphy now goes for the inside of Russell. Declan Russell is going to try and hold him off, but a nice move from Jed Murphy. He gets it stopped. Meanwhile, up front, Callum Voisin. War is about to break out between these two if we're not careful. And the battle is going to be a tight one, as into the pits to retire, sadly, comes Jacob Baldry. So he is now out of the race, I'm afraid. Mechanical problems for the Aztec driver as he brings it into the pits. So a great battle further around the circuit. This is a really exciting battle between these two drivers. Sam Gornall leading from Callum Voisin. Harley Horton currently second in the standings and set to stay there if he stays where he is in third position on the road. Jed Murphy is in fourth place. Best of the rest, incidentally, behind the three Coles drivers is going to be the Scotsman Tristan Rennie, who is trying to get himself back into contention after a tricky race this time. He's currently in front of the 71 of Juan Waniki, who had a great final one. But now it's a bit of a tricky one for the leaders up front as they are tightening in once again. Sam Gornall still in front of Callum Voisin. Harley Horton in third position. Archie Kitching just set to clinch the title with a quiet run on the sidelines as he watches the race battle play out. But it's Gornall in front of Voisin and Horton up in the front end of the field. So they storm through the first corner. And let's see how the battle rages in progress. A great run so far. Out of the fourth corner and down the stretch to Winges. This is going to be a tough one to hold on to for second place in the standings, and the victory here, of course, very much up for grabs, as Sam Gornall wants to remain in front of Callum Voisin and Harley Horton. All three drivers want to bow out of the season at least with a victory, so it's going to be tight. The title fight may be over with Archie Kitching set to be champion as long as this race continues on as it is. But Gornall, Voisin and Horton continue their assault on the last race of the season. And a mistake there from Gornall. Here comes Voisin up the inside, and Horton's going to get through as well. Oh, they have a big problem. It looks like Horton has come together with Gornall. Horton and Gornall come together, and Gornall is out of the race by the look of it. He points his finger at Horton. Horton waves his fist. Wow. Drama aplenty as the two Coles Racing drivers tangle in the second corner. And Sam Gornall is absolutely livid. Wow. Their season ends dramatically. Looks to me as though Harley Horton has continued, but Callum Voisin is now your race leader, and he's on his own in front of Harry Reynolds and Jed Murphy. It's going to be a really exciting battle for the end of the season now between these two as the season progresses and continues on. But the two drivers fighting for second in the standings have come together, and that means, of course, with Gornall out of the race, that Tristan Rennie is going to be third in the driver standings. So it's a very tough end of the season for Sam Gornall. And continuing on his way down to the back of the field is Harley Horton. Oh, and a bit of an off there further back. That's Tristan Rennie now going wheel to wheel with Lincoln Bailey Arneson. Bailey Arneson going to try and get up the inside and has made the place. Whilst in front of them, that is Alfie Davies getting in front of Juan Waniki. And now Lincoln Bailey Arneson is going to try and make the move on the inside of Juan Waniki himself as he goes through side by side. Tristan Rennie's going to try and assist them to bang wheels. Rennie trying to cut through on the inside line of both men. He's certainly got past one. That's Lincoln Bailey Arneson dealt with. Now Juan Waniki will be next up. So some great racing. Meanwhile, for second place, it's Jed Murphy, who's now into second place past Reynolds. Willis is fourth, Russell is fifth, and in sixth position, that's going to be Logan Parker, who has benefited big time from the clash between Horton and Gornall. Horton is still circulating, by the way. He's in 14th and last, but he's trying to make up some points if he can. So it's going to be a really exciting battle. Plus, there is that fight between Rennie and Williams, who are dead level for fourth in the standings now. Rennie losing a place actually costs him dear, so Rennie needs to get back on terms with the man in front of him, and he has done so. He's now dead level with Gornall, but Rennie could do with one more place. If he gets past Juan Waniki, he's going to seal third in the driver's standings here. And there's a great tussle for second place as Jed Murphy has to shake off the assault of Declan Russell. Meanwhile, up to second again comes Reynolds. And then in third now is Ryan Willis. But this is a tough race for Rennie. He now needs to get close to and then pass Juan Waniki to secure third place in the driver's standings. So it looks as though the first two places are decided. As up the inside, that's a big lunge for the 61 further back in the pack. Horton now trying to come around the outside of Finn Smith, but he doesn't make the move. He's not able to get there. So a really exciting battle for the competitors out there. Still battling away. But it's the race lead of dreams for Callum Voisin. He leads by about 2.1 seconds at the moment to Reynolds in second. Willis, Murphy, Russell and Parker in the mix behind. Seventh place is currently Alfie Davies. Then it's Waniki and Rennie. Rennie in ninth position should secure third on countback. He and Sam Gornall will be dead level on points, but it's going to be Rennie who gets third in the standings on countback unless Rennie loses another position. If Rennie loses one more place, then Sam Gornall is going to get third in the standings, whatever happens. So Tristan Rennie is right in behind Juan Waniki. He's trying to close up. And there's a great tussle going on up the order as Logan Parker has got his way over to fourth place. He's got past both Russell and Murphy. So now he's into 4th position. So Logan Parker is not done. He wants to finish his season on the podium. And it would still be an Old Coles Racing podium if he can get past the man in front. That's Ryan Willis in 3rd position. 4 minutes left of the Minimax season and of this final. So Ryan Willis trying to get through on the inside of Harry Reynolds. A really exciting duel between these two drivers. Continuing in close opposition here at Forest Edge, but Ryan Willis is holding on in front of Logan Parker for the moment. Meanwhile, Tristan Rennie might be in trouble here. Sam Gornall must be praying that Lincoln Bailey-Arneson can get past Tristan Rennie, and he is catching him, because if he gets through, then Gornall will be 3rd in the driver's standings. If they tie for points, 3rd goes to Rennie. But if Rennie loses one more place, then it's going to be Lincoln Bailey-Arneson who robs him of 3rd in the standings, and Sam Gornall who will clinch that position. So the E-plate continues on his way out front. Callum Boyson still having a great run, looking to finish the season 6th in the standings after a topsy-turvy year. But Reynolds is now hanging on in front of Willis, Parker, Russell and Jed Murphy. And in the fight for 7th place, it's Alfie Davies in front of the 71 of Juan Waniki, with Tristan Rennie in 9th and Lincoln Bailey-Arneson in 10th. So Rennie is in danger of losing 3rd in the driver's standings here. They've got to be very careful towards the end of the race. Here goes Willis, battling away for 2nd place up on the inside of... that is on the inside of Reynolds. And it looks like Parker's got through as well. Can he get to 2nd? Not quite yet. And down to 5th goes Harry Reynolds. As through to 4th place goes the 44 of Declan Russell. Well, it really is a race of attrition at the end of the season, but Callum Boyson is having an absolute rout up front. 2nd place now for Willis. 3rd is Logan Parker. And then it is Russell in front of Reynolds and Jed Murphy. Then it is Juan Waniki in front of Alfie Davies, so he's got through. So that's a problem for Rennie. He's going to try and close up on these two, but he's losing pace to Lincoln Bailey-Arneson. So this is going to be a nail-biter to the finish, and Sam Gornall will be watching on the sidelines with his head bowed in prayer in the hope that Lincoln Bailey-Arneson can take on Tristan Rennie, and he's got there. He's through. Lincoln Bailey-Arneson has got through into 9th position. Rennie's got to make up another place here. And looking at the drop scores on the Virtual Championship board, Gornall is back into 3rd in the standings here in front of Tristan Rennie. So Rennie has got to get back past Lincoln Bailey-Arneson, or at least make up places. And now Harley Horton is going to make his job even harder. If Horton gets past Rennie, despite the contact with Gornall earlier on, he's actually going to help his teammate get back into 3rd in the driver's standings. Because if Rennie loses another place, then it really is game over. Callum Boyson up in front. 3rd place is now Russell. He's got through on the 95 of Logan Parker. Parker's going to have some pressure from his teammate now, Harry Reynolds, as Juan Waniki gets back through on Davies. A bit of a struggle for these guys as they battle for position. Some terrific racing up front for 2nd though. Willis, Russell, Parker, Reynolds and Murphy. And then for 7th place, a great battle. 71 is in there. That is still Juan Waniki in front of Alfie Davies. Then it is Lincoln Bailey-Arneson and Tristan Rennie. If the race finishes like this... No, Horton has got past Rennie. So that means that Sam Gornall is set to finish 3rd in the driver's standings, not 4th. And Tristan Rennie is going to end up in P4 in the driver's standings. It's been an admirable effort in his first year as a Minimax driver. Obviously, having made the step up midway through last season, this is his first full-time campaign and he's had a great run all year. Meanwhile, Davies is trying to battle his way back past Juan Waniki. And Lincoln Bailey-Arneson and Harley Horton have caught up. Horton has got past Bailey-Arneson, but now he's trying to close up on Waniki, and Davies are having a sensational scrap. But 2nd place is not done yet either. Ryan Willis holds it for the moment in front of Russell. But then we've got Parker and Reynolds battling away. There's defence to the inside line as into the last lap goes Callum Boyson. It looks like it's going to be a dominant victory to finish his season. 2nd place is Willis, 3rd is Russell, and then it's Parker, Reynolds and Murphy. Murphy's going to attack to the inside line here of Reynolds, and he's going to get through into 5th position. Nice move. Meanwhile, for 7th, Alfie Davies has spun off into turn 2. Alfie Davies spins in turn 2. So a big moment there for Alfie Davies. That drops him down the order. Now what does that do to the points for Rennie? Because he will have gained a place from that, but only up to 11th, I think. It's not going to be enough for him to clinch third in the driver's standings. So Callum Voisin will go into the final two corners here at Forest Edge, and he ends his season at the top. Callum Voisin wins here at Forest Edge, and he ends the season as the winner. Ryan Willis in second and Declan Russell in third. What a podium in Minimax to finish off the season. Logan Parker is fourth in front of Jed Murphy, and then it is Harry Reynolds, Juan Waniki and Harley Horton who finishes off in 8th place in front of Lincoln Bailey Arneson, and Tristan Rennie comes home for 10th, and that puts him just 1 point behind Sam Gornall in the driver's standings. What an exciting end to the season it has been for Minimax, and it's a new champion in Archie Kitching. The season ends for Callum Voisin on the top step of the podium. Absolutely brilliant racing here at Forest Edge. We've had a nail-biting year all the way throughout, and we've seen some sensational racecraft, but what a year it's been, and the three drivers on the top steps of the podium are rightful in their positions. Callum Voisin charging back from 4th on the grid to grab the victory in front of Ryan Willis, who started 9th for this one and has fought through to 2nd place. A great drive for him. And in 3rd place, Declan Russell. So some really great performances from our competitors here. But of course, what a season it has been for the three, and they will go around on the parade car with the Union flag aloft, as Callum Voisin will end the season on the top step of the podium. But the new Minimax champion can now be confirmed. It is Archie Kitching, subject to official declaration. But what a season for Archie Kitching. He's had an amazing year, great battles all the way throughout. But now, having decided to rest easy in the last race, and given some of the race action that was out there on track for Minimax, I don't really blame him. But Archie Kitching has had an amazing year, and he emerges as the Motorsport UK Minimax British Kart Champion 2019. Fantastic race season for the Coles Racing team. They have placed the driver in all of the top 3 places. So with all 3 drivers from that team getting forward, there will be a driver's parade to come. And what an amazing race it's been. Up next is going to be the last final of the year for Senior Rotax.
There is no terrible way to win. There is only winning.
Let me drive. I will make a fool out of you.
Every one of us has to find a reason to do this. You do it because you're driven.
I was beginning to think I'd never be anything more than a piston-happy lead-foot punk. Then this starts to happen.
Somebody put it in your mind you gotta be perfect every time out or you're a failure. Well, forget that. Just forget it.
You ready to put away your toys and grow up? Are you ready to make more money in 1 year than your father made in his whole life? Are you ready to become a real race car driver?
When I won it was probably the last time I ever felt pure victory.
Because I'm quicker than all of you. And if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a racing driver.
Oh, hell, isn't that what we're in this for? To stare death in the face and to cheat it? Come on, there's nobility in that. It's like being knights.
No pressure, nobody breathing down my back, just driving because I left it pure.
A lot of people go through life doing things badly. Racing's important to men who do it well. When you're racing, it's life. Anything that happens before or after, it's just waiting.
I just hope when you do, that I'm there to see it.
Racing. That's the name of the game, isn't it? Win or lose, put up a show.
Fine. Then let's race.
Just want to see you when you're all alone. I just want to catch you if I can. I just want to be there when the morning light explodes. On your face it radiates. I can't escape. I love you till the end.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingram and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Jacques Villeneuve. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Bruno Senna. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Chris Hoy, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Landon Norris, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Well, the victorious drivers from the race here have now decided to make their way through, and it's going to be a round of applause for our three drivers on the top steps of the podium. What a great result for Callum Boyson, Ryan Willis and Declan Russell, your podium finishers from the last Minimax race of the season. A great round of applause from everybody at the sidelines here, and a great job from our top three drivers. They really have put on an excellent show. And Callum Boyson bows out of the 2019 season as a race winner once again. A really great result though for Ryan Willis and Declan Russell to end the season. They really deserve those podium finishes to end the year. They put on a really spectacular battle over the course of proceedings in 2019, and both of them have taken a massive step in their developments. So hopefully we're going to see more fighting racing from them in 2020. But a great end to their year, and they can be very proud of what they've achieved. So obviously it's going to be a really exciting end to the season for those three. But Callum Boyson, Ryan Willis and Declan Russell having a great battle there in the top three to end their year, and they will come through once again on the main straight. The three top runners, Callum Boyson, Declan Russell and Ryan Willis, the man who finished second, they come through, and the checkered flag again flies on the main straight to welcome them home. Brilliant job from our top three drivers, from Declan Russell, from Ryan Willis and Callum Boyson. Great result from our three drivers who finished the season here at Forest Edge in mighty style. And that is a very satisfying and satisfactory result for those three drivers who have put in so much hard work over the course of the year. And a big thanks again, of course, to the Foray Motor Group for providing their parade car here at Forest Edge. So that means we now have two champions crowned. We have Kai Hunter, who is confirmed as the Junior Rotax champion. And now we have Archie Kitching, the Minimax champion. Both of those, of course, subject to official confirmation, which will be made in due course. But ipso facto, after the races we've had this far this season and on drop scores, both drivers are at the top of the standings. So a great performance from them. Time to crown another champion. And this one could be the toughest fight yet. Senior Rotax is going to be absolutely lightning. There are so many drivers in the hunt for this crown. Realistically, 5 of them could still become champion. And on pole position, it is Guy Cunnington. The green flag flies. So without further ado, let's conclude the Senior Rotax season. Guy Cunnington on pole position from Ben Burgess, then Tom Edmonds and Oakley Pryor, Lewis Halliday and Luke Wooder from Kieran Gifford and Reese Hunter, James Johnson and Sam Stansbury, James Lowther and Ben Davis from Morgan Rose and Bradley Barrett, Angie Stenning and Lewis Malin from Teddy Clinton and Jemima Hepworth, then Harry Canham and Thomas Storrar, Harvey Edmondson and Alex Holgate from Sam Sanders, Jaden Walker, Merrick Gigg, Ryan Luscombe, George Holbrook, Matt Jones, Jason Lockwood and Samuel Harrison. It's a very tough fight. Gifford, Pryor, Barrett, Hunter and Cunnington, all the 5 drivers who will battle for the points tally, and it's still very unpredictable as to who's going to get the title. Guy Cunnington from pole position from Ben Burgess, Tom Edmonds, Oakley Pryor, Lewis Halliday, Wooder, Gifford, Hunter, Johnson, Stansbury and Lowther, with 5 drivers in the hunt for the driver's title. Kieran Gifford, Oakley Pryor, Bradley Barrett, Reese Hunter and Guy Cunnington. It's the showdown of all showdowns here at Forest Edge in Senior Rotax. Jake Sanson with you. The lights will go out and we'll race for the last time. Here we go! Great start from Cunnington. He launches across and takes the early lead. And there's a problem early doors. Oh, and we've got 2 or 3 carts off the road already. Someone's got a mechanical problem, and 2 carts have been spat out to the scenery as the rest of the field races its way round through Winges and up towards the bus stop for the first time. So now time to take stock of the situation and see who it was that didn't make it through at the start, because there are several drivers who are not able to continue. 2 drivers out of the race already. So now we need to look back and see what the situation is for those competitors, because 2 drivers out of the race, but Cunnington is your leader from Oakley Pryor and Ben Burgess. Big lunge forward from Reese Hunter. He makes a mammoth step forward into 4th place past Lewis Halliday. So this is going to be an absolutely amazing fight. But of course, we are still looking at Guy Cunnington being the champion on drop scores. He's 5th in total, but on drop scores, Cunnington is the favourite to win the title, especially if he can stay here. Oakley Pryor is 2nd, and if it stays like this, then it's going to be Cunnington who emerges as the senior Rotax champion. Last year, he was the vice junior champion. This year, he has really stepped it up a gear. The 9 plate has got a warning flag for something that has occurred on the first lap. Gifford, Barrett and Reese Hunter are doing their best to move forward, and every place is critical. Every point is essential now. Some great racecraft as they come across the line in the mid-pack. Cunnington from Pryor, Burgess is 3rd from Hunter, then Halliday, Stansbury, Wooder, Barrett, Johnson, Gifford, Davis, Rose, Lowther and Stenning. Jemima Hepworth up to 15th, Storer up to 16th and Lockwood up to 17th. A massive comeback from Lockwood already. But Cunnington, Pryor and Burgess are up front, and they are doing what they need to do. Pryor's just got to try and close up on Guy Cunnington before the end of this race. If he can pass him, then the championship might just change hands, because there's only 6 points between them if it finishes like this. And obviously, if Cunnington were to be passed by Pryor, he would score 3 points less. So Cunnington's got to beat Pryor on the road, and he's got to do it with a decent result. But Guy Cunnington is doing everything he needs to do. So far, it is looking okay. But considering he came into this weekend 5th in the points, he knew that on drop scores he had a good chance to get this job done, and the victory in the earlier final definitely cements that. But Cunnington is charging away. Now, Oakley Pryor's got to be careful and calculated here. He needs to register that Cunnington is pulling away, and he needs to be a bit more calculated about how he looks after his tyres, how he looks after his brakes, and whether he can work with Ben Burgess to close up on Guy Cunnington. But there's still a bit of a way to go here, and there are still 5 drivers who can be champion. It's all going to depend on what happens. But Cunnington so far is in the best position. We've got an issue on the straight. 2 drivers in trouble. That is Sam Harrison and Jemima Hepworth. Jemima Hepworth has had a problem on the main straight, and she is out of the race here. So a big problem for Jemima Hepworth. Her brilliant season comes to an end. Yellow flags in the final turn. Well, we're just double checking to make sure that Jemima is okay here at the first corner. She's going to get out of the kart, so that is good news. Yellow flags though in the first bend, so there'll be no overtaking. And so the drivers are obviously going to continue on. Hopefully it's no full course yellow. Jemima Hepworth is escorted away by Nigel Edwards. A disappointing end to her season, but there's still plenty of future for her. The Young Racing Driver Academy star is definitely going to be a very competitive racer in the future. Guy Cunnington just holding station in the lead at the present moment in front of Oakley Pryor and Ben Burgess. 4th position is Reese Hunter, desperately trying to salvage more points from this race. He's in 4th position at the moment, and he's got to hope that there's going to be a bit of drama up front. But Cunnington is just measuring his pace to Oakley Pryor, but Pryor is closing up. So Pryor is catching Cunnington. This battle is not done. Guy Cunnington leads, Oakley Pryor 2nd. If he gets past, it's going to be on countback as to who gets the title between those two. And if they finish dead level on points, I have a feeling it's still going to be Guy Cunnington. But it will be very tight, so Guy will not want Oakley Pryor to get anywhere near him at all. So they continue to battle. Cunnington is looking at 630 points scored from the season. Oakley Pryor is currently estimated to have 624. That's a gap of 6 points. Another 6 points back is going to be Kieran Gifford. 4 points behind him, Bradley Barrett. 3 points behind him, Reese Hunter. So it's very tight, and the championship fight is not done yet. Anything can still happen. But Cunnington is lapping perfectly at the moment. Fastest of all in the first sector. Pryor 2nd from Burgess, Hunter, Wooder and Barrett. Although there might be a bit of a problem developing for Lewis Malin. Sounds like there might be some mechanical issues for the comp car. But as he continues to try and pull away from the kart behind him, that's the 81 of Jaden Walker, the last driver in. Oakley Pryor is throwing caution to the winds here and going after Guy Cunnington. So Cunnington leads as he goes into his into his 9th lap, I should say. So Cunnington in front of Pryor, Burgess, Hunter, Wooder and Barrett. Lewis Halliday is pressuring Bradley Barrett at the moment, and the 37 in there as well is Sam Stansbury in front of Kieran Gifford, who is having a really difficult weekend here. the championship leader coming into this weekend, but on drop scores he is going to slip to third behind Cunnington and Pryor. It's been a very tricky season for Kieran Gifford. He's had good consistency, but these last couple of meetings, things have really not gone his way, and it's Guy Cunnington and Oakley Pryor who have totally grabbed the initiative. So Cunnington and Pryor are going to continue to race to the finish line here, out through the final few laps of this season. 8 minutes and 42 on the clock. Cunnington still trying to stretch away from Pryor. Pryor keeping him honest though. A 0.5 of a second deficit. Pryor was slightly quicker than Cunnington on the last lap too, so we're not done yet. And Oakley Pryor will still be giving it absolutely everything to close in on Guy Cunnington for the end of this race. And if anything were to happen to those two, then there would be an amazing battle after that point. So it looks as though we've had someone else peel into the pits. That is Harvey Edmondson. Harvey Edmondson in trouble. Looks as though Lewis Malin's got some mechanical problems developing as well. We've already picked up on that one, but even more are coming. And Guy Cunnington is now just less than half a second in front of Oakley Pryor. Pryor is catching it up in a fourth place. That's a lovely move from Luke Wooder. Luke Wooder gets past Reese Hunter. Meanwhile, Bradley Barrett is still trying to shake off Halliday and Stansbury. Gifford is next up. And then behind them, it is Angie Stenning in 10th from Johnson, Lowther, Lockwood, Davis, Rose, Clinton and Jones from Holbrook, Luscombe and Canham. So the battle is still tooth and nail between Pryor and Cunnington, who are trading fastest sector times at the moment. The number 40 has got a mechanical flag. That is Thomas Storer. So Thomas Storer looks like he's going to be out of the race, and so too is Lewis Malin. He pulls in. So the mechanical problems are too great for Lewis Malin, and his race is over. Meanwhile, though, Guy Cunnington's not safe yet. Oakley Pryor still chipping away at the lead. The gap is down to 0.43. Oakley Pryor is not surrendering. He's not giving up. He's still pushing. If Cunnington could just look after the tyres and brakes, though, the second half of the race could well come to him. A warning flag goes out there. That's for the 12. That's James Lowther, who was last year's junior champion, of course, and he's really struggled to transition to a senior. He's not really had the year he wanted. Conversely, his main rival from last year, Guy Cunnington, who was the vice champion in junior Rotax last year, in his first year as a senior, is on the course and on the verge of becoming champion. But Oakley Pryor is charging after him. It's now looking likely that these two will battle over the title. But if they do have an issue, then there's going to be a couple of other drivers who have something to say about it. Gifford, Barrett and Hunter are still waiting in the wings. So Oakley Pryor is charging after Guy Cunnington. And with 6 minutes to spare, Cunnington just needs to keep the pace up. At Persistence Motorsport, they are sweating cobs because the Team Clay Racing man, Oakley Pryor, is still giving him plenty of pressure. There's enough time for Pryor to catch, but is there enough opportunity? Because Guy Cunnington is not going to give him any space at all. Cunnington still pushing, Pryor right in behind him. They need to keep up this tempo. Some great overtakes in the midfield. We've had some amazing battles. Jason Lockwood is up from 29th on the grid to 12th, would you believe? An amazing comeback from him. And some moves made from Barrett. He's up to 8th place from 14th on the grid. Matt Jones has come up 12 places to 16th. And some great progress from George Holbrook and Ryan Luscombe. Retirements in the first final, and they've now made up over half a dozen places apiece. So Cunnington and Pryor still very close together. 0.6 of a second on the last lap as they come through. But Oakley Pryor is giving it everything to close in on Guy Cunnington. This race is going down to the wire. So is the title fight. 5 minutes remain in this season and in this championship showdown between Guy Cunnington and Oakley Pryor. On drop scores, they are just 6 points apart if Cunnington finishes ahead of Pryor. If Pryor can get past, I'm fairly sure they will finish dead level, and then it will go back to a count back. Cunnington does not want to lose this race to Pryor, though. He wants to win by winning a race. So here comes Cunnington in front of Pryor. Burgess is third, fourth is Wooder, then it is Hunter, Halliday, Stansbury, Barrett, and then it is the 71 of Gifford in front of Stenning and Johnson. Jason Lockwood can't quite get close enough, but what a battle this is going to be between Cunnington and Pryor. He takes his first look over his right shoulder to try and assess where Oakley Pryor is. He's got about 4 minutes and 20 seconds left, plus the additional lap, of course, so there's still time for things to come to him. So the retirements, we have Tom Edmonds, who had a breakdown on the way through the first corner, Alex Holgate, Jemima Hepworth, Harvey Edmondson, Lewis Malin and Tom Storer, all retirements from the race. But that was a big problem for Tom Edmonds, of course, from the sharp end of the field. Tom Edmonds started the race from up in P4 on the grid. And that has all gone terribly wrong from his point of view. A shame for Tom Edmonds. He was running so well up until that mechanical failure robbed him of what would have been a really strong result. You can only look and speculate as to what can happen now in 2020. He'll be back and he'll be charging for the title, no doubt. But Guy Cunnington and Oakley Pryor head into the last 3.5 minutes of racing of this season as they duel for the title. All of the Rotax 177 crew are stood at the sidelines watching this showdown unfold as well. Cunnington and Pryor still battling one-on-one, and it is a head-to-head scrap for the race and for the title, exactly as it needs to be. Cunnington still trading sector times with Oakley Pryor. Pryor is slightly slower in the first split, so Cunnington still has the measure of him at the moment. He needs to keep that sort of momentum up, but it is going to be tight all the way, that is for sure. Into the final hairpin. Cunnington and Pryor, 1 and 2. 1 and 2 in the race, 1 and 2 in the standings, 1 and 2 in the title fight, with only a couple of minutes left of the season. But Oakley Pryor has been looking after these tyres the last couple of laps. He's backed down a little bit, and now he's got a chance again to close up on Guy Cunnington. The gap comes down to 0.49 in the closing stages. Pryor still fighting after Cunnington. But as long as Cunnington can get through the rest of this race without Pryor getting close enough to go for a move, he's going to have what it takes to hold on for the championship fight. But still, Oakley Pryor hustles Guy Cunnington. If he can close in and pass, this is going to be an absolutely monumental fight. 2 minutes to go in the 2019 Motorsport UK British Car Championship season for senior Rotax. Into turn 4. Down the straight towards Windward. And so far, this is a very exciting run for the two leaders. Third position, though, is Ben Burgess from Wooler, Reese Hunter and Lewis Halliday. Then Stansbury, Barrett and Stenning. So Angie Stenning has got past Kieran Gifford, compounding Kieran's woes even more. He can't afford to lose too many points here, Kieran Gifford, because there's still the threat of third position being stolen by Barrett and Hunter. So Gifford cannot afford to lose too many points. Speaking of Reese Hunter, he is now in defensive mode as he's trying to shake off Lewis Halliday. Halliday's giving him a real run for his money. He's going to cut through on the inside line, and Halliday gets up the inside of Reese Hunter and snatches fifth position away. So Halliday gets through past Reese Hunter, and that's going to cost Hunter another point. So still they race for supremacy. Still they battle and rage on around the circuit here. But Guy Cunnington in front of Oakley Pryor is still the order of proceedings. And if Cunnington can just keep on stretching the gap when he needs to, he's got what it takes to get this done. Cunnington is faster in the first split. Pryor is faster in the second split. And as they finish the lap, it's a stalemate between them. Now they're going to come up to lap Jaden Walker, Sam Sanders potentially as well. Blue flag's way for Jaden Walker. And he's going to need to get out of the way pretty quickly of the leaders, Cunnington and Pryor. He will come out of the fourth corner at Winges and then up the climb towards bus stop. Cunnington still with the lead over Oakley Pryor. So now they will battle together through the bus stop chicane. But I think it's going to be too little too late for Oakley Pryor. Cunnington is still pushing hammer and tongs down to the wire. And is this going to be the last lap, or are they going to start one more? They are going to start one more, you know, over the line with 1 second to go. So Cunnington's got to hang on for 2 more laps, not 1 more lap. So close, so tight in this battle for the title. But so far, Cunnington has the measure of Pryor. He was faster than Pryor in the last lap by 0.02 of a second. It's so tight in the final reckoning of this title fight. Into the bus stop for the penultimate time. All he has to do is keep it up. All he has to do is stay in position. And getting out of the way now is going to be critical for Jaden Walker. He gets the blue flag for the umpteenth time this lap. He's going to need to move over and let them go. Blue flag still. Cunnington's going to dive up the inside line though, and that surely has cemented it as Pryor gets through as well. but Cunnington has got the pace he needs to keep it together. On the last lap of the season, he came into this weekend on total points in 5th, but he knew that on drop scores, he didn't have too many poor results to drop. So now Guy Cunnington will come through the bus stop for the last time. Oakley Pryor is still pushing him, but try as he might, he just can't find a weak spot. Guy Cunnington's second half of the season has just been so superior. He comes into the final turn, and Guy Cunnington is the senior Rotax champion of Great Britain in 2019. Brilliant! And he knows what that means. He has achieved his objective. Guy Cunnington is the British champion. Oakley Pryor is second after an amazing season. Third place goes to Ben Burgess in the race from Wooder, Stansbury, Hunter, Bradley Barrett, Angie Stenning from Kieran Kiffin and Lewis Halliday. But the new British champion in senior Rotax is Guy Cunnington. After an amazing fight back all season long, his first year as a senior, and he is the rightful British senior Rotax champion. What a year for Guy Cunnington, and now he can well and truly celebrate. Well, I tell you what, this year has had its twists and turns, but Guy Cunnington never gave up hope. He always had a chance to go for the win, and he always had that inkling that it would go his way. But Guy Cunnington now has the victory to back it up in both finals, and now he is the British Senior Rotax champion. A phenomenal result. And now there is just one more title to decide here, and that, of course, is going to be Rotax 177. Who will join the ranks of Kai Hunter, the junior Rotax champion, Guy Cunnington, the senior Rotax champion, and Archie Kitching, the Minimax champion? There's just one more great hero to be crowned, and it's all up to Michael Cheek to keep his cool in the last race of the year.
There is no terrible way to win. There is only winning.
Let me drive. I will make a fool out of you.
Every one of us has to find a reason to do this. You do it because you're driven.
I was beginning to think I'd never be anything more than a piston-happy lead-foot punk. Then this starts to happen.
Somebody put it in your mind you gotta be perfect every time out or you're a failure. Well, forget that. Just forget it.
You ready to put away your toys and grow up? Are you ready to make more money in 1 year than your father made in his whole life? Are you ready to become a real race car driver?
When I won it was probably the last time I ever felt pure victory.
Because I'm quicker than all of you. And if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a racing driver.
Oh, hell, isn't that what we're in this for? To stare death in the face and to cheat it? Come on, there's nobility in that. It's like being knights.
No pressure, nobody breathing down my back, just driving because I left it pure.
A lot of people go through life doing things badly. Racing's important to men who do it well. When you're racing, it's life. Anything that happens before or after, it's just waiting.
I just hope when you do, that I'm there to see it.
Racing. That's the name of the game, isn't it? Win or lose, put up or shut up.
Fine. Then let's race.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingram and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Jacques Villeneuve. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Bruno Senna. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Chris Hoy, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Landon Norris, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
You're listening to Race Day Live on Downforce UK, brought to you by Clapham North MOT, Motorsport Days Live, Stopwatch Hospitality, and Trade Price Cars.
So after an epic season and a great run in Senior Rotax in his first year in the category, it is Guy Cunnington who wins the last race of the season, and in doing so becomes the British champion. But you can't take away from what Oakley Pryor has done this season as well. He too, as a brand new Senior Rotax driver in 2019, took the fight to him all the way to the final lap of the season, and he's a very worthy vice champion. Both men will be back again in 2020 to fight for supremacy once more. And it's a very positive end to the season for Ben Burgess too, to grab a podium to finish off his campaign, and a brilliant end to the year. They will come around on the Foray Motor Group Ford Ranger as they go around on the parade. And what an end to the season. Ben Burgess in third, second Oakley Pryor, but the race winner and new Senior Rotax British champion, Guy Cunnington. A fantastic end to the season, and the round of applause from the crowd as they go around on their victory lap. What an end to the year. A standing ovation on the main straight for Guy Cunnington, Oakley Pryor and Ben Burgess, the heroes of the hour in senior Rotax. All three men, very popular, very likeable young racers in the paddock, and they all deserve to end their season with a pot to go home with, and an amazing opportunity for them to go into the 2020 season with plenty of great action and excitement ahead of them once more. So a lovely end to the season, a really fitting end in a great senior Rotax final there as well. The only real soil in the ointment essentially is what might have happened if Tom Edmonds had not had his mechanical breakdown on the run to the first corner. A shame for him because he did such a great job over the course of the weekend and the year, of course. But he'll be back in 2020, make no mistake about it, and he will be back to fight for the top step of the podium once more. But a lovely end to the year for this trio of drivers, and the checkered flag will fly for them one more time at the Marshall Post. A lovely end to the season. A great job from our three drivers, Ben Burgess, Oakley Pryor, and our new champion, Guy Cunnington. What an end to the season. And an absolutely heroic podium it's going to be later on, as Guy Cunnington and Oakley Pryor can bask in the glory. They were juniors last year. This year, they're the best in the biz in senior Rotax in the United Kingdom. Not a bad way to end the year. Both men can hold their heads high. And now there is literally just one more showdown in the 2019 season. It's Rotax 177, and it's going to be to the final checkered flag of the year. Rotax 177 will see Ethan Haynes on pole position from Matteo Zanetti, and then Nathan Schaefer, Michael Cheek in fourth from Jack McConnell and James Beecroft. This is going to be a really exciting end to the year. So the drivers head out on circuit. And do I spy that Michael Cheek is not there? Yes, I do. So they have probably done the math and figured out that Michael Cheek can already win the championship by not participating in this last race of the season. So, like Kai Hunter and Archie Kitching before him, he decides not to risk it, and he remains on the sidelines. So the drivers head out onto the final lap, the final formation lap of the season. It's a reasonable understanding by Michael Cheek, because of course the only way he could technically lose it now is of course if there were to be an exclusion, and that's the last thing he wants to avoid that going into this last race of the year. So Michael Cheek will watch the last race of the year from the sidelines, but what a race it is set to be. Ethan Haynes on pole position from Matteo Zanetti and Nathan Schaefer alone on the second row, as Michael Cheek has the points needed to clinch the title. He will sit out this last race of the season. Jack McConnell and James Beecroft in the third row from Moorcroft, Luck, Wright and Oliver. From Charlie Whaley and Michael Roots, then Chris Thomas, Aaron Yao, Cole Edwards, Taylor Adams and Jamie McGowan. And as they come out of the final turn, for the last time this season in Rotax 177, Jake Sanson with you as the lights go out here at Forest Edge. Let's rock! Into the first corner. Great start by the Oakley Zanetti. Ethan Haynes slotting into second place. Zanetti getting the best start, up at two wheels, as there's already some drama in the first couple of corners. And at the back of the field now is the E-plate. That is Cole Edwards. So Cole Edwards drops down to the back. And the race for the top step of the podium really gets on a pace. And there's some big moves down into Winges, up the hill and in towards the bus stop. So far Zanetti in control of the pace, and there's a chance that he has a mathematical opportunity to get into third in the standings, maybe even to beat Beecroft. Looks as though there's some big problems for a couple of drivers down the order. Zanetti running well, Haynes in second, Schaefer third, and a big move on the inside of the final bend for that is going to be, now who is that that's made the move there up into fifth position? I think that's Alex Luck, who has got through on James Moorcroft in the final bend. So he's got through and is now tucked up behind James Beecroft in fourth position. Zanetti is leading the way, and he's currently on 605 points, the same amount as Nathan Schaefer, but only 2 behind James Beecroft. So Zanetti has a genuine chance to clinch second in the driver's standings here, and that's clearly his target. Second place though is Ethan Haynes. He doesn't have a chance to grab second in the standings, so from his point of view, he just wants to bow out on the top. Nathan Schaefer's next up, and up the inside, that's Luke Oliver, making a great run there on the inside of Michael Roots. So Roots loses out, but there could be a nice dice up the inside as behind them. We've got Chris Wright and Chris Thomas dueling away. And it looks as though we've had an issue down at the back for one of the Howarth Racing drivers. That is Sam Winter, who is going to try and continue to the finish of the race season. But what a year it has been. So now it's going to be a really exciting end for all of the competitors as they battle. That's Haynes through into the lead, I think. He has got past Zanetti. So Haynes is through on Zanetti, and now they will battle for the last race victory of the season. Nathan Schaefer there in third position. It's going to be a massive threat, though, to Zanetti, because they are tied for points before Zanetti lost his position. Zanetti is now there in second place, and that's going to drop into fourth in the driver's standings. So he needs to get back past Haynes and hope that Schaefer has a tricky race and doesn't get closer. Meanwhile, there's an overtaking move into fifth position. That is a bold lunge there from James Moorcroft to hold on from Beecroft. So Beecroft is still there in P6. Zanetti's going to try and have a look at Haynes. Haynes holds on to the place. And there's an incident at the bus stop. Somebody's gone around there. That looks to me like the 18 of Tim Darlow. So Darlow's had a spin there in the bus stop. Meanwhile, Charlie Whaley's made a good move. He gets up the inside of the 2 of Chris Thomas. So Chris Thomas trying to end his season on a high note. Jack McConnell there right in behind him. But it's Ethan Haynes versus Matteo Zanetti up at the front end of the field. And second place in the driver's standings is of course up for grabs. So they will continue to battle all the way to the finish. So Zanetti trying to get back on terms with Ethan Haynes. Haynes is not going to be in the top 10 of the driver's standings even if he wins the race. So it's up to Zanetti to try and make break up in the inside line. He's not going to be able to get the overtaking opportunity there. He's still going to dice in behind the 33 of Ethan Haynes, tippy-toeing his way through. Is there an opportunity for Zanetti? He tries again. But it's a tough battle as they come through. Meanwhile, this battle is still raging further back as Alex Luck loses out to James Moorcroft. Moorcroft gets through in a fourth position past Alex Luck. And so now the battle for the victory still between Haynes and Zanetti, with Schaefer in third, Moorcroft now fourth in front of Luck, Oliver, Beecroft, Roots, Wright, Yao, Whaley, McConnell and Thomas. So some sensational racecraft as Michael Roots is now trying to close up on the two guys fighting up the road in front of them for sixth position. A great battle, they're still wheel to wheel. That's Luke Oliver and James Beecroft. Oliver gets back through on Beecroft, and now Michael Roots has a chance to close up, as too has Chris Wright. So some terrific racing. Now what has happened further back? We've got a couple of drivers still squabbling away. Zanetti still all over the back of Ethan Haynes. The back end steps out big time as he squirrels under braking. So the E-plate of Sam Winter, the 81 of Sam Winter and Tim Darlow having an issue. It looks as though Jack McConnell has disappeared from the fray. Now Jack McConnell, I think, has come into the pits to retire. He's had a mechanical problem, so Jack McConnell is out of the race and out of the year, unfortunately. He made a very good impression in the latter stage of the season. Hopefully, he'll be back for more in 2020. But Ethan Haynes is still battling away with Zanetti. And Zanetti still trying to close up on Ethan Haynes. He's got something flapping on the kart there, Matteo Zanetti. I can't from this distance make out what it is, but I don't think that'll be affecting anything in terms of performance. And that shouldn't warrant a mechanical flag. I think he'll be all right with that. But Zanetti is hovering there around the back of Ethan Haynes, up to the right-hander at midgets, back on the power, up towards the right-hand hairpin. So far, so good for Ethan Haynes and Matteo Zanetti as they scrap for the victory. But the 99, Nathan Schaefer, is right there in third position, and he is looking to grab second in the standings now that Beecroft has tumbled down the order. So Schaefer could well emerge as the runner-up here. 3 drivers in the mix for it. If Beecroft continues to lose places, Zanetti is actually now fighting for second in the driver's standings, not third, because Beecroft has fallen to third in the standings. If Zanetti can get through and pass Ethan Haynes, it will put him level on points with Schaefer, and then it will go on countback, and that will go the way of Zanetti. So Zanetti decides, okay, I'll sit in second place for the moment behind Ethan Haynes. Let's count down some laps, count down some minutes, and then I'll make my move. We're about to get to the half-distance mark in the race. Ethan Haynes sliding around a bit, up the inside. That is a very critical overtake from James Moorcroft as he gets past Nathan Schaefer. Now that is crucial because Schaefer's going to lose a point. And Schaefer losing a point means he's going to be tied with Beecroft. And if Zanetti gets through, then Zanetti will definitely be the vice champion. Michael Cheek watching on the sidelines, grinning from ear to ear, knowing he's the champion whatever happens now. But Matteo Zanetti is tight in behind Ethan Haynes. If he can get through now that Schaefer's down to 4th and Beecroft's down to 7th, Zanetti, if he wins this race with the way things currently stack up, he's going to be 2nd in the British Championship. And what a fight back that would be for Matteo Zanetti. So Ethan Haynes leads the race from Zanetti in 2nd. Then it is Moorcroft having got past Schaefer, Alex Luck, Luke Oliver, and then James Beecroft is still fighting to be the runner-up in the championship in front of Michael Roots and Chris Wright, who are definitely giving him a strong run for his money. Aaron Yao is up to 10th place now from Charlie Whaley and Chris Thomas. Then Edwards, Fifner, McGowan, Adams, Winter and Darlow, with Jack McConnell out. And then also the non-starters, Michael Cheek, Carl Churchill, Louis Large and Oliver Smith, none of whom taking up the start. So it is still Haynes from Zanetti. We're going to the second half of the race now. We have completed 11 laps and we are likely to complete anywhere between 22 and 23. Matteo Zanetti is hunting Ethan Haynes for 2nd in the Drivers' Championship. He's got to keep up the faith here. Currently he is 4th. Schaefer and Beecroft tied for 2nd in the standings on 604. But Zanetti has 602 unless he can pass Haynes. Then he will get 3 more points and that will put him 2nd in the standings. That's how crucial it is for Zanetti to pass Haynes. Haynes is hanging on for the moment. Beecroft is struggling in 7th. He's got Roots and Wright right underneath him. And Schaefer is trying to get back on terms with Moorcroft. This 3-way fight for 2nd in the championship is going to go down to the wire. And it's not out of the realms of possibility that if all 3 have a problem, Luke Oliver might get it. He's on 5.96, don't forget. So if he can make up some places with the drivers in front struggling, then Oliver could actually emerge as 2nd in the drivers' standings. It's not impossible. Zanetti trying to get close to Ethan Haynes, but he makes a mistake in the bus stop. And that's cost him some momentum. It's cost him some time. But maybe by doing that, he buys himself a chance to go from a little further back to come and have another crack at Ethan Haynes. And it's Chris Thomas who now will receive a warning flag on the main straight here. The warning flag goes to the number 2 as he battles away with the likes of Paul Edwards and Joe Fifner. Then Jamie McGowan, Adams, Winter and Darlow to finish off this amazing season here at Forest Edge. It's going to be a really intense battle to the flag, that is for certain. So still, Ethan Haynes leads in front of the O-plate. Matteo Zanetti trying to get into the lead of the race. If he can get through with Schaefer and Beecroft struggling, then he will be the vice champion. Haynes is not going to let that happen though, not without a fight. 5 minutes and 15 as they cross the line. And so now Matteo Zanetti is running out of chances, but he's still right where he needs to be, all over the back of Ethan Haynes, threatening to make a move. So it's not done yet, that is for certain, but it is going to be a tight fight, that's for sure. Zanetti all over the back of Ethan Haynes, looking for a manoeuvre, looking for a way to come through. Into the bus stop, Zanetti going well, Haynes going just as fast. And it looks to me as though Schaefer is actually struggling to stay with the man in 3rd position now. James Moorcroft seems to have more than got the measure of Schaefer. And Zanetti is through! Zanetti has taken the lead. And that means he has taken 2nd in the championship fight. So Zanetti has moved into the lead past Ethan Haynes. And if he stays there, it is 2nd in the championship coming his way. So Matteo Zanetti is in the box seat to become the British vice champion. And it's going to be a really amazing end to his year if he can just hang on in front of Ethan Haynes. They go past the trees, into the bus stop, and along the edge of the forest itself, up towards Midgets into the right-hander. And Zanetti has control of the situation now. 1 point ahead of Schaefer and Beecroft in the points tally at the moment. Oliver is still 5th, looking at 5.96 for the points tally. But Zanetti has got through when he needed to. Haynes isn't going to give up though. And if Haynes gets back through, then Zanetti will have to settle for 4th in the driver's standings. There really is only a couple of points in this. Zanetti leads in the race and in the title fight for 2nd place. Schaefer and Beecroft by just 1 point. So he has to hang on in front of them. Schaefer is struggling to stay with Moorcroft in third. Oliver is fifth, Luck is in sixth, and Beecroft is under massive pressure now from Chris Wright in eighth position, trying to have a go at him. But Zanetti is now trying to extend his advantage on Ethan Haynes. So can he keep this pace up? 3 minutes and 8 seconds to go over the line. Haynes is still attacking Zanetti. He just wants to end the season with a win. Zanetti wants to end the year as vice champion. And there's a big battle, and Beecroft's gone under the grass. Beecroft's gone under the grass, and he's lost about 3 places. So that surely takes Beecroft out of the hunt for the vice championship. So Beecroft would have lost a massive amount of places there, and that's going to cost him. So Schaefer is going to be solid in third place now, even if he can't close up and pass Moorcroft. Beecroft, losing as many places as he has, is going to drop him to fourth in the standings. Zanetti comes through with less than 2.5 on the clock. Haynes in second, still right there, still pushing for victory. But Schaefer is now solid in third place as Beecroft is going to fall down the order. He is in fourth place. But Beecroft is now in 10th position, and that means, well, on dropped scores, actually, he will not improve his score. So he can lose as many places as he likes now, because Beecroft is not going to score higher if he finishes where he is. And there's more problems, as now there's a battle further back. Beecroft manages to get his way past Cole Edwards, as too does Chris Thomas. And it looks as though Tim Darlow is not far away from being lapped by Zanetti and Haynes. Haynes is still pressuring Zanetti all the way. So Ethan Haynes trying to get the victory off of Matteo Zanetti. But Zanetti has been a tough adversary for anybody over the second half of the season. If only his first half of the year had been a solid. Had it been for that, he would almost certainly have been a championship contender. But he's made all his big gains in the points towards the end of the year. So Zanetti is on course by just 1 point in front of Nathan Schaefer to lift second in the championship standings. Schaefer will finish fourth if it remains like this, and that will be enough to be third in the standings. So with a minute to go of counted time, there are 3 laps left as we go into lap 21. And Zanetti leads from Ethan Haynes. Haynes is still pushing all the way from Moorcroft, and then Schaefer, Oliver and Alex Luck, then Aaron Yao and Chris Wright, Root, Beecroft, Thomas Edwards, Bittner, Whaley, McGowan, Sam Winter and Tim Darlow. So Darlow is not far away from being lapped by the third place man. That is James Moorcroft, as Zanetti and Haynes have already got past. But Haynes is not done yet on Zanetti. He's still going to push. Zanetti starting to move to cover. They will have 2 laps left of this season. Zanetti is not safe in second place of the championship fight yet. He's got to beat Haynes to do it. Moorcroft is no longer the big threat. Schaefer in fourth place is the big threat. He can't afford to lose the place to Haynes. Haynes is pushing it like stink now, down towards Winges. Zanetti's going to defend. Haynes is going to challenge. They come out of Winges, up the crest and up towards the bus stop. Haynes all over the back of Zanetti. Time runs down to 0. Next lap will be the last one. But can Haynes get past Zanetti before that? He knows that if he can get through at the right moment, there will not be an opportunity to retaliate. As he goes into the hairpin, Zanetti still hanging on, trying to protect the inside line as much as possible. Here we go, last lap of the year for 177. And Zanetti's got Haynes literally rubbing bumpers with him into the first couple of corners. So Zanetti hangs it out there, holding on from Haynes. Out of turn 4, down to Winges. Can he make the move to get through? He's not there on the inside line yet. He can't quite make it happen. So Zanetti's got to hang on in front of Haynes into the bus stop. Right, left, right. Good exit from Haynes. Zanetti knows he's there. He gets across to the inside line to cover. 2 final stretches of throttle now into the hairpin. Here goes Haynes. He launches it and he's through on Zanetti. Zanetti's going to try one more time. They battle and Zanetti's through. He wins. Absolutely incredible. Zanetti wins in the final turn of the season, and that means that he is the vice champion by 1 point to Nathan Schaefer. Haynes is second. What a fight from both of them. They gave as good as they got. Zanetti wins. Haynes second from Moorcroft in third. Schaefer is fourth from Luke Oliver and Alex Luck. And then Aaron Yao and Chris Wright Michael Roots and James Beecroft down in 10th, from Cole Edwards and Joe Fifner. Chris Thomas is 13th, from Charlie Whaley, Jamie McGowan, Sam Winter and Tim Darlow. The retirements are Taylor Adams and Jack McConnell. The non-starters are Oliver Smith, Louis Large, Carl Churchill, and the new Rotax 177 British champion, Michael Cheek. A sensational end to the year in Rotax 177. We wanted the last title fight to be decided on the racetrack. Michael Cheek elected to miss it, but what a showdown it was for second. Zanetti stealing it by just 1 point in front of Chafer, who is 1 point more ahead of Beecroft. It really did come down to the wire there for the second place in the Drivers' Championship. And now there is just one race left of the season, and that is the second and last final for Junior Rotax this weekend. Who's going to get the second place in the Drivers' Championship? It looks like it's going to be Adams, but we'll have to wait for the last race of the year to play out to find out.
There is no terrible way to win. There is only winning.
Let me drive. I will make a fool out of you.
Every one of us has to find a reason to do this. You do it because you're driven.
I was beginning to think I'd never be anything more than a piston-happy lead-foot punk. Then this starts to happen.
Somebody put it in your mind you gotta be perfect every time out or you're a failure. Well, forget that. Just forget it.
You ready to put away your toys and grow up? Are you ready to make more money in 1 year than your father made in his whole life? Are you ready to become a real race car driver?
When I won it was probably the last time I ever felt pure victory.
Because I'm quicker than all of you. And if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a racing driver.
But hell, isn't that what we're in this for? To stare death in the face and to cheat it? Come on, there's nobility in that. It's like being knights.
No pressure, nobody breathing down my back, just driving because I left it pure.
A lot of people go through life doing things badly. Racing's important to men who do it well. When you're racing, it's life. Anything that happens before or after, it's just waiting.
I just hope when you do, that I'm there to see it.
Racing. That's the name of the game, isn't it? Win or lose, put up or shut up.
Fine. Then let's race.
You're listening to Race Day Live on Downforce UK, brought to you by Clapham North MOT, Motorsport Days Live, Stopwatch Hospitality, and Trade Price Cars.
A heroic end to the season then in Rotax 177 as Matteo Zanetti claims the victory in the final corner of the year as he makes the move on Ethan Haynes, just one corner after Haynes had done the same to him. Brilliant battle on the very last lap of the season. We knew it was always going to be mighty close, but it really couldn't have been any closer than that. So we have our 4 British champions in the Rotax category. And now we have 5 British car champions, of course, after a couple of weeks ago, when we saw, a week ago in fact, when we saw at Kim Bolton, Adam Glear become the British KZ2 Gearbox champion of the British Car Championship. Now we have 4 Rotax champions. In Minimax it's Archie Kitching, in Junior Rotax it is Kai Hunter, in Senior Rotax it is Guy Cunnington, and in Rotax 177 it is Michael Cheek. What a fantastic end to the season for all of the competitors here in Rotax, and we'll have one final end-of-term blast with the second and final race of the weekend in the finals for Junior Rotax, with the battle for the last few positions in the top 10 up for grabs. So it'll just be an out-and-out sprint that ends the season, with Kai Hunter electing not to take part in the races this weekend, hoping to continue as the Junior Rotax champion into the off-season. The only chance that these drivers have of losing the title fight once they have got too far ahead in terms of points to be overtaken is an exclusion, and it's better for the drivers from their point of view not to run the risk of getting one in the rough and tumble world of British karting by just electing to sit on the sidelines and let the races play out without them. So a fascinating end to the year in Rotax 177, and they now come around for a victory lap. And what a trio. James Moorcroft fighting his way to third place. Ethan Haynes with an amazing race. But your new vice champion in the British Car Championships for Rotax 177, and your race winner today, Matteo Zanetti. Rounds of applause from the fans in the stands. What an amazing weekend it has been for Rotax 177. Great fights all the way and a worthy podium. Well done to Matteo Zanetti, and as well, of course, to Ethan Haynes. A brilliant race battle right to the death. Well done to both of them for giving it a real go at getting the victory in the final 2 corners of the race. That's what British karting is all about. Never giving up. They put in an absolutely amazing effort and they truly deserve to walk away from this weekend as the drivers on the podium, along with James Moorcroft. Very solid and consistent, considering he started 7th on the grid for the final, so he has come through in a brilliant fashion. But a laid-back and relaxed Michael Cheek is now the British kart champion for Rotax 177, with a final tally of 626 compared to Matteo Zanetti on 605. An amazing end to the year, and that is how you get the job done. Absolutely brilliant. They come through on their victory lap around the Forest Edge circuit, and now there is just one race left in the season for Rotax, and that is Junior Rotax, with a second final and a chance for them to bow out for the year on a high with a great race. So the Foray Motor Group Ford Ranger continues its path and trajectory around the circuit on its victory lap, and it's a great end to the year for James Moorcroft in third position, for Ethan Haynes in second place, and a victory for Matteo Zanetti confirms him as the vice champion in 2019. A brilliant result for our drivers on the podium. They've done an absolutely brilliant job in Rotax 177 this year, and it's great to see the titles going down to the wire. But now it's a bit of a breather for all of us, as the tension and the drama is not quite going to be dead, but it's certainly going to be a little bit subdued, as the title fight is already secured, and Tom Adams is pretty much nailed to the mast in second place in the driver's standings. But the rest of the places in the top 10 are not yet confirmed, so there will be an amazing end to the year. And can Ryan Taylor-Truman do what he did in the first final, check out into the distance and see everybody later? He's done an amazing job in his first final. Can he keep it going into this last race of the season? William Ellswood will line up alongside him on that front row of the grid, with Tom Adams there in third. He will obviously want to finish the job, with Will Jenkins in fourth on the grid from Taylor Babs and Tiernan Rourke. Jack Steadman will be next up from Chris Simpson, and then Ben Casey from Kieran Kay, Jensen Watts and Reese Hurd, then Hugh Lawrenson and William Walker, Miles Barthorpe and Jack Meakin, Harrison Collins, CJ Morgan, Spencer Shinner, Machi Hamera, and then Charlie Knight, Max Edmondson, Mackenzie Cresswell, Will Egby, Joshua Pillane, Jordan Morris, Owen Allison, Brandon Klein-Nagelvort, Oscar Hoole, Edward Matthews, Dylan West Jackson, James Crossley, Daniel Yates and Harry Gibson. Here we go, one more time. It's been a heck of a journey to come from PF International at the beginning of the season to go all the way to here, when the racing has been so electric, and there's been an amazing season of great races from the Rotax category, from PF International to Rissington to Mansell Raceway to Gleneagles Park to Clay Pigeon to here at Forest Edge. What a season it has been. They've been absolutely on it all the way through the course of the year. We've had an absolutely terrific battle over the course of this Rotax season. We've seen some truly terrific fights, and they have really battled all the way through to the finish line. And it's going to be a very exciting end to the season. Of that there is no doubt. But who's going to win the last junior race of the year? Ryan Taylor-Truman and William Ellswood on the front row of the grid. For the last time in 2019, they will battle on Forest Edge's Kart Club circuit. Tom Adams and Will Jenkins from Taylor Babs and Tiernan Rourke. Jack Steadman, Chris Simpson, Ben Casey and Kieran Kay. For the last time in Rotax this year, it's Jake Sanson with you on the front row of the grid. We go into the first corner and racing. Ellswood takes the lead, and a great blast into that first couple of corners, as the junior Rotax field swarms its way through the first couple of corners of the lap into the square left on the run down to Winges, and it's Ellswood in front of Taylor-Truman. Adams is there in third position, just one little wobble in the midfield. That is the 33 of Josh Poulane, who runs a little bit wide on the curbs, but now Taylor-Truman is going to try and work with Will Ellswood to get away. And it's a very exciting run through the bus stop. Oh, we've got one driver overshooting there at the bus stop by the look of it. So a bit of an issue there, and I think that is Brandon Klein-Nagelvort maybe who overshot there at the chicane. We'll double check and confirm it. No, it isn't. It's not Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. It is one of the Clay racing cars. I think that is going to be the 25 of Jordan Morris. So Jordan Morris overshot, and now he will get back into the action. But it's Ryan Taylor-Truman now out in front. Ellswood is down to third. Taylor-Truman getting through, and Taylor Adams following suit. So the battle is going to go down to the wire, with Will Jenkins and Jack Steadman set to move up in the championship fight in the top 10 positions, wanting to end the year in a solid position. They've got every reason to be happy with their lot for the moment. But up in front, it is Ryan Taylor-Truman, who leads the race in front of Taylor Adams now, having got through, Tom Adams, sorry. And now it's Will Ellsworth up the inside. Here he goes. Lovely job. So Will Ellsworth through in second place. Tom Adams is there in third. And Tom Adams trying to hold on to it, but it's a very big lunge on the inside from Will Jenkins, trying to come through and not able to make it. Tiernan Rourke and the 48 of Chris Simpson now up the order as well. But Tom Adams can't get by, and Will Ellsworth has been released there in second position. So their battle will continue late into the race, no doubt, but Will Jenkins really wanted to get third place away from Tom Adams, and he thought he had an opportunity there into the second corner, but he wasn't quite able to make it stick. So Taylor-Truman continues to lead. Will Ellsworth, having made his way up to second place, has got a bit of time on his hands now to play with. And we've had an off there on the exit of Midgets. That is another of the Clay Racing drivers. That looks to me like the 47 of Owen Allison. So Owen Allison has gone off the circuit and rejoined, having lost a couple of positions in the process. Some great racing in the midfield, lots of overtaking opportunities as drivers are getting stuck in. Looks like Oscar Houle and Brandon Klein-Nagelbort have renewed their battle from the earlier repechage, and they will duke it out in the midfield as these guys up front are still racing for the final victory of the year. Oh, a bit of a mistake there in the bus stop. 2 or 3 drivers going to battle and trying to go for a move or two up in Midgets. It's a very tricky part of the course, this. But so far, it is Taylor-Truman leading from Will Ellsworth. Third place for Adams. Then it is the 30 of Will Jenkins in front of the 52. That is Tiernan Rourke in front of Chris Simpson. Then Casey, Babb, Stedman, Walker, Kay, Hurd, Watts and Collins. Some sensational racecraft. The drivers continue to battle. Whoops, it looks as though Collins is going to get a bit of a hurry up from Charlie Knight. And Miles Barthorpe might be able to get past both of them. They go down into Winges and now back up the climb into the bus stop. And now up towards the right-hander at the edge of the forest itself. Oh, there's been a little bit of a fisticuffs on the exit of the bus stop. 2 carts coming together there and one going up in the air. Just on 2 wheels up at the sharp end. I'll try and pick those 2 up as they come around again. One of them is the 28 of the hard-charging Harry Gibson. And he went over the back of the 34. Now that is a very tough battle for Max Edmondson, but unfortunately there's not a lot he can do about it now. He's just got to try and recover. But the 2 drivers getting very close in the bus stop. Ellsworth, though, has caught up to Taylor-Truman. What if Will Ellsworth could end the year on the top step of the podium? That would really cement him as the 3rd best driver in the season. He is 3rd in the points and likely to stay there, but he would dearly love to win. He's right in there behind Ryan Taylor-Truman. Taylor-Truman still hanging on to the lead for the moment as he comes through. They had a really strong battle, but Ryan TT is leading the way. Taylor-Truman, and then it is a very tough charge from behind from Will Ellsworth. Adams is there in 3rd place in front of the 30 of Will Jenkins, and then Rourke, Simpson, Casey, Babb, Stedman, Walker, Hurd and Watts. So Ellsworth still charging after our race leader, Ryan Taylor-Truman. But it is going to be a tough battle, but that we cannot really deny. Into the right-hander, Ellsworth is still tightening up his grip on Ryan Taylor-Truman up front. He really wants to give him a little bit of a hustle and then allow him in front to do all of the hard work, but he might want to have to make the overtake a bit quicker because Adams and Jenkins are closing in as well. So it's not done yet, and it's going to be quite the tight battle as they come through this time by. Ellsworth with a chance to go for it on the back of Ryan Taylor-Truman. No move into the inside line at Winges. Back on the power as they come up the hill. And this is going to be a tough one into the bus stop once again. But so far, it is Ryan Taylor-Truman who holds the lead in front of Will Ellsworth. Tom Adams isn't exactly dead in the water yet in 3rd place either. He's not safe and sound. He's got William Jenkins riding underneath him. And then in 5th place, we've got Chris Simpson. He's been charging his way forward. So Chris Simpson making some places. The 52 is next. That is a very nice move from Tiernan Rourke. And then Caelan Babb gets a nice move on Ben Casey at the end of the lap. So he gets through and makes up a place. And then behind them, Jack Stedman is waiting for an opportunity of his own. So Ellsworth is still there, but he needs to overtake Ryan Taylor-Truman quickly because Tom Adams and Will Jenkins are very quickly closing up. And there are 4 drivers here bidding for 3 spots on the podium. Somebody's going to get hung out to dry here. Someone's going to get left out. And this race is going to go down to the wire. So Ellswood needs to go for the move sooner rather than later here. Adams and Jenkins are closing in, and if he doesn't make the move inside, then they're going to get through beforehand. Oh, and there's a spin as off the circuit goes Machi Himera and the 24 of Miles Barthorpe. So Miles Barthorpe goes off the road, Machi Himera goes off as well. So I'm afraid Miles Barthorpe is going no further. That is a devastating end to the season for Miles Barthorpe. So he spins out. Machi Himera goes off but rejoins in the midst of the Oscar Hall Brandon Klein Nagelbort battle. So those two are out of luck. Yellow flags will wave, and that will tighten up the top four actually. Ryan Taylor-Truman, Will Ellswood, Tom Adams and Will Jenkins, and they are being caught by Chris Simpson. Simpson is not done yet either. He's closing in on the top four. So yellow flags wave. Miles Barthorpe walks away bitterly disappointed. But the battle for the victory is now right up. Tom Adams has got past Ellswood. Adams has gone for Ellswood and got through. I was looking in the midfield battle because there's plenty of overtaking moves there as well, and Adams has got past Ellswood in the time it took me to look away. So Adams is through in a second place past Ellswood, with Jenkins still there in fourth. This is a brilliant opportunity now for Ryan Taylor-Truman, and this is what I was getting at for Ellswood. He needed to get past Taylor-Truman before Adams got past him. Otherwise, there was not really going to be much of a chance of going for the lead, and he may not get another opportunity. So we're going to the second half of the race now, and there's still terrific racecraft around the circuit here. As at every apex, every opening and every opportunity, drivers continue to find a really good racer to battle with. But so far, Ryan Taylor-Truman is looking to make it 2 out of 2, and that would put him up in 5th place in the driver's standings, just 4 points behind Taylor Babs. So if Babs were to have an issue, then Taylor-Truman might be able to move up into the top 4. But this double victory at the end of the season is exactly where Ryan Taylor-Truman aimed to be. Tom Adams there in second in the race is also second on the track, and Jenkins has made the move now on Ellswood. So Ellswood really struggling. Jenkins defends to the inside line. He's defending with 6.5 minutes to go. Does Will Jenkins genuinely think he can't keep up with the Coles pair? Because if he thinks that, then he's defending with no attempt to try and close up on the guys in front. So it might be that Will Jenkins can only really bank on getting a 3rd place finish. 2 Coles Racing drivers are out in front, Taylor-Truman and Tom Adams, and they will finish where they are if all is well with the world, with these 2 drivers up front. Ryan TT in front of TA, Tom Adams, the E-plate. And the battle for 3rd is really raging, as up the inside to 5th place comes Kiernan Rock. He gets through on Chris Simpson, he gets through on the 29 of Taylor Babs, who is now racing away with Casey and Simpson. Simpson gets wide, Casey's going to get through on the inside, and Stedman can't make the move as well. Heroic wheel-to-wheel stuff at the end of the season in the last 5.5 minutes of the Rotax year. But out in front, it is Ryan Taylor-Truman being caught little by little now by Tom Adams. The gap is down to less than half a second. So Ryan Taylor-Truman is not done. Tom Adams is catching him. And I think Tom Adams is going to want to end the year on a high with a victory. He knows he can't beat Kai Hunter in the points tally, but he will want to end the year with a victory to round off the year in style. But Ryan Taylor-Truman getting a final victory earlier on. He was in a very strong frame of mind, and he is going to be hard to beat. But the gap has come down slightly to 0.46. So Tom Adams is definitely catching Ryan Taylor-Truman. But will he catch him quickly enough with only 4.5 minutes or so to go? Certainly on the clock there's only 4.5 minutes to go, but then of course you've got to add on the additional bonus lap. A bit of a mistake from Will Ellswood as he tries to close back up on Will Jenkins. Puff of dust on the exit of midgets as they come across the line. The 65 of Ryan Taylor-Truman continues to hold the lead as they go into the first couple of corners of the lap. Through the right-hander and into the square left, down the drop into Winges. And so far, Ryan Taylor-Truman can continue to hold the pace. Looks as though we've got a problem. A mechanical breakdown at the back of the field. And it looks like there might be 2 of them, because there's a problem for the 47, that's Owen Allison, and then behind him there's problems aplenty for Oscar Hull, so he's in trouble as well. And I think he's going to have to get out of the way pretty sharpish and let the leaders come by. He gets off the racetrack completely, in fact, stops the car and lets the whole field swarm by. So Ryan Taylor-Truman leads the race in front of Tom Adams. Tom Adams is still pushing hard. Oh, and a big battle over the start-finish line as Harrison Collins nearly gets hit into there by Kieran Kay. He gets back up the inside and battles in with Brandon Klein-Nagelvor, who has been charging his way back. A great comeback. Oh no, sorry, that is his teammate. That is Reese Hurd. So Reese Hurd battling away. But unfortunately, it looks as though the 85 of Oscar Hull is going to bring it into the pits to retire from the last race of the year. Tom Adams, though, is still gung-ho as he tries to close up on Ryan Taylor-Truman. Will Ellswood, meanwhile, is doing the same to Will Jenkins up in front. He wants to get a podium here. And there's a warning flag that's gone out to the 91. That is the kart of Jack Meakin. So Jack Meakin has been given a warning. Side by side into the first corner. That is the 42 making the move on the inside line. That is Crossley on Kieran Kay. And I think Dan Yates was going to go for the move on the inside line there as well. 77. That is Will Egby squeezing out Mackenzie Cresswell. So race battles everywhere you look. Even in the top 10, they are still pushing each other to the limit. And Kieran Kay gets a warning flag from the officials next time by. Fastest lap of the race so far is the 70. That is the kart belonging to the man at the front end of the field-ish, Dan Yates. He's in the midfield. Got a 41.77 for him. As Ryan Taylor-Truman is now really being caught by Tom Adams. Kieran Kay has a warning. 2 minutes and 2 on the clock, plus the additional lap, of course. But it is going to come down to the wire. We know that much. Tom Adams is giving it everything. He wants to go for his teammate. He wants to bow out of the year with a win as the vice champion in Junior Rotax. So it will be a really exciting run. Here he goes. Ryan Taylor-Truman. He's going to have a bit of a pressure from him. He didn't make the move because there's a yellow flag. And that is because we've had an off. That is Reese Hurd who's gone off. Reese Hurd battling away in the mid-pack. And unfortunately his race is now over. So Reese Hurd has had an incident there, and that has held up Tom Adams' attempt to go for Ryan Taylor-Truman. But now Tom Adams still has a bit of an opportunity to make it happen. And there's another off on the other side of the circuit as well, and that appears to me to be Dylan West-Jackson, I think. We've certainly got a couple of drivers off the circuit further back down the order. I think that's actually Daniel Yates. My apologies. Daniel Yates has gone off there. So yellow flag in 2 corners on the circuit as both karts have been abandoned, essentially. Reese Hurd is at least trying to move his kart off the line, but a rather frustrated Daniel Yates is not really keen to help out. But Tom Adams is all over the back of Ryan Taylor-Truman. Will Ellswood is all over the back of the third place man, Will Jenkins. So the battle continues between these two. Tom Adams is running out of time to do anything about it. And so the competitors are now racing up towards the right-hander at midgets. They pass the wreckage of Daniel Yates' kart. And as one Coles Racing driver retires from the fray, 2 more pass him, battling for the race victory. Ryan Taylor-Truman in front of the E-plate. Tom Adams, the English champion. They go into the penultimate lap of the season. And so now it's going to be Will Jenkins battling for third with Will Ellswood behind them as well. So, and there's an incident between Machi Hamera. Machi Hamera's gone off there as he battles wheel to wheel with Max Edmondson. So Edmondson and Hamera have gone off together there, unfortunately. So Hamera and Edmondson have dropped down the order. Hamera continues on, but Edmondson is out of the race. And that is devastating from his point of view. He needs to move the kart further off the line, unfortunately. And that's why, because the leaders are close up behind. Tom Adams is now having a look at Ryan Taylor-Truman. Here he goes for the switchback. Last lap. The last lap of the year is going to be an absolute dogfight between the 2 Coles Racing drivers. Ryan Taylor-Truman and Tom Adams. Tom Adams is going to go for it. Through turn 4, down the drop to Winges. Taylor-Truman holds the inside line. Tom Adams is going to come around the outside. Is there going to be a run up towards the bus stop? Tom Adams gets alongside. Here he goes in a braking zone, and they've ended up tangling. Taylor-Truman loses the cut, and that means that Tom Adams is through into the lead. But will he be able to keep it? Taylor-Truman bows out of the kart. He's absolutely devastated. Tom Adams is going to come through for a victory. But will it stand? The checkered flag flies and Adams wins. And it's a dead heat nearly for second over the line as Jenkins just pips Ellswood. Oh, that was close between the two of them. Absolutely amazing to the death. Jenkins in front of Ellswood by 0.03 of a second. But you never know, with that squabble on the last lap between Adams and Taylor Truman, that could have been for the victory. Tin and Rourke is fourth from Babs, Casey and Stedman, with Chris Simpson in eighth. Walker is ninth from Jensen Watts, and then Knight, Collins and Meakin from Kay, Egby, Gibson and Shinner. Then James Crossley and Hugh Lawrenson from Mackenzie Cresswell and Ed Matthews. Jordan Morris is in 22nd in front of Ryan Taylor Truman, who does cross the line in the end in 23rd. Very unhappy. Then Brandon Klein Nagelvort and Machi Himera from Dylan West Jackson, with the retirements, namely Max Edmondson, Dan Yates, Reese Hurd, Owen Allison, Oscar Hull, CJ Morgan, Miles Barthorpe and Joshua Pullane. So Jenkins and Stedman climb the points in the table. Kai Hunter is the champion. Adams is second place, but will he be allowed to keep his win? What a dramatic end to the season here at Forest Edge Kart Club. And a fantastic battle in Rotax in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. It's been sensational right from the start of the year. We've had an amazing set of battles in each of the classes. Well done to the Micromax drivers in their guest appearance here this weekend. A massive thank you to everyone at Jag Rotax. What a season they put in. Also to everyone here at Forest Edge Kart Club. It's been an amazing end to the year, and hopefully we will be back for racing here in 2020. I'm Jake Sanson on behalf of all of the Orange Army around the circuit, and of course everyone at Motorsport UK. It's been an amazing year. The podium ceremony is still to come. We will make sure that gets into the televised highlights. But what an amazing end to the year. We have 4 new champions. Kai Hunter in Junior Rotax, Guy Cunnington in Senior Rotax, Archie Kitching in Minimax, and in Rotax 177, Michael Cheek. And Macaulay Bishop is your winner in the Micromax final here at Forest Edge, the first ever appearance of Micromax in Great Britain. I'm Jake Sanson. Have a great night, and we'll see you again for more Rotax action in 2020. The IARMY categories will conclude 2 weeks from now. Bye for now.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingram and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Jacques Villeneuve. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Bruno Senna. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Chris Hoy, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Landon Norris, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.